Hello, lovely people of the internet. 'Tis I, Savage Minnow. It's been a while. I haven't done a stream in quite a while, but yeah, stuff's been going on. Today we are gathered here to discuss the book Visions of Glory, written by John Pontius, and also Spencer. And its connections to different LDS Doomsday Cults and some stuff that's going on in the true crime community. And apparently I have a fly that wants to join me for the stream today. So couple of little clarifications to get out of the way before we get started. As always, but if you haven't been here before, that's fine. Feel free to attack each other's beliefs in the comments. Do not make any personal attacks against each other. Mods usually do a pretty good job of policing that, but yeah, swearing is fine. However, it will get picked up by the algorithm and like a mod will have to approve it. So if you're like trying to make a point, like swearing will slow you down. So yeah, let's see, what other clarifications do I have? Oh, this book, I haven't read the book. I'm not going to give my voting dollars to purchasing a copy of this book. I'm not going to give my library voting points to borrowing a copy of this book. I have watched a lot of book club stuff on it. I need to add that to the links. I will at some point. With all the book club information and stuff that I've watched. But I have Holy Spackle joining me to discuss this. She, I just feel like, has a really good perspective on this type of thing, and I asked her to join me on it, and she said yes. So I'm super excited to have her here. Trying to think if there's anything else that I need to get out of the way. I will be referring to the church as the LDS Church. I know that there is some irony in referring to an organization by their chosen name when that organization refuses to refer to others by their chosen name. But just to clarify, I am not giving them that respect because they deserve it. They don't, but I'm giving it to them anyway. And with that, here is my lovely guest, the Holy Spackle.
Well, greetings and salutations. How are you?
I'm doing all right. It has been a while since we hung out, so I'm glad to have you on. And I was glad that you were here for this.
I'm so glad too. Thank you. You're very gracious, and of course, I would love to. So, I am fascinated by this sort of stuff, obviously. And you and I have very different perspectives, I think, on religion. But on some things we align, and I think on something like this we might. And so, yeah, some critical thinking needs to happen. Sorry, I'm not cammed up. You don't want all this right now. I'm a little bit shabby. So.
That's fine. I was like thinking about doing my hair and face today, and it just didn't happen. One thing kind of came after another.
So I have to warn you, I tweeted initially and it auto-corrected and I said, I'm live with Minnow, come join us, blah, blah, blah. And it auto-corrected to, I'm in love with Minnow. And I just want to clarify that it's a filial sort of love. That's all. But anyway, I deleted it. I was like, Jesus, that's all I need is somebody in my inbox.
Wait, what is this tweet? What? Well, you are my game wife.
So that's true. In game, yes, in game.
So yeah, I first stumbled across this book. Some people who are like into the true crime community might remember. This kind of first came at me from a little bit the true crime community, but also from like the booktube community, because one person who was involved in all of this was originally a Deseret author. Also has publications, we'll get into all of that, but he was a Deseret author. And when Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, this author, were served with orders, there's this video of them like being, where they like have proof that they were served, and like this book, Visions of Glory, is tucked under Lori Vallow's knee while they're being served. So it's kind of like the first that I heard about this book, and then just kind of little like snippets about like what was in it, And then with the situation with Ruby Franke and Jodi Hildebrandt came out, and I started hearing about like these connections but like connections to this book that Jodi Hildebrandt had in her sort of philosophy. And it's really kind of scary that this guy, so the book is written by
It's a ghost
John
author, right?
Pontius. It's written sort of in an interview format. And John Pontius wrote it with this guy who, I think initially when I told you about this, I said that I wasn't going to say his name. But since then I've like
It's
found
all over the place.
there's so much information also as well, where at this point I'm like, I feel no need to like keep this guy's name out of my mouth. So his name is Tom Harrison. He's referred to in the book as Spencer. So if you hear us going back and forth between the names Spencer and Tom, that is the same person. But yeah, like just learning about like all the different connections between them and everything. Yeah, it was kind of scary. And then I had messaged, I think it was at that point that I was like, oh my gosh, like Spackle, we need to do a stream about this. And then the Hidden True Crime channel on YouTube did a couple of streams with Law and Crime Network just a few days ago. And I was like, Spackle, check it out. And there's even more information that they brought up about, as well as Tim Ballard is associated with this as well. So yeah, it's all weirdly connected to all these different sort of LDS.
It is fascinating too. What I didn't realize, because I dug into it quickly, and granted, I kind of procrastinated in my quick study on this. And true crime isn't my wheelhouse, but cults fascinate me. And for some reason, I missed this one, and I was like, oh, goody. um, but what's interesting is LDS supported them. They weren't just an offshoot. They were like, he was
Yes.
bishoped, right? Like, oh,
Yes.
wow.
And that was, I was talking to somebody about this earlier today, that he was like, well, what offshoot is this? Is this FLDS or is this? And I was like, no, it's not like Warren Jeffs or like, this is like, these people are like bishoped in like the main like LDS, like, yeah, from Salt Lake. Yeah. But I would consider the Orthodox LDS church.
Right. And one thing to be clear, I'm an equal opportunity point out problems in religion or cults, and I have a lot of perspective on doomsday stuff because that's what I experienced in as a evangelical Christian, and so I volunteered for Boy Scouts with Venture Crew, and so I used to talk to Mormons all the time. And it's very interesting how end of days even mainstream Mormonism is. So it's something to keep in mind.
Yeah. Yeah. So I prepared a little PowerPoint presentation. See if good, it is working. I was trying to flip through this beforehand. Like I said, the day got away from me. But just to kind of explain some of the history of this book for our viewers, and feel free to jump in at any time and mention things that you've heard or ask questions or whatever. Absolutely feel free to jump in. But yeah, so this is, as I said here, it's based on the accounts by Tom Spencer and Tom Harrison as Spencer, and we will get back to that in a minute. But I wanted to go into a little bit the history of the book. So back in 2005, this book was published by Cedar Ford Publishers, which is the same publisher as Visions of Glory, but this was all the way back in 2005. And this was kind of one of the first books to sort of hit the LDS market with the near-death experience sort of thing going on. It also started talking about the concept of multiple probations, which is something that I wanted to mention because this is a part of LDS doctrine, sort of. So there is this concept in LDS doctrine of eternal progression. And I put this quote here by Brigham Young. human beings are expected by their creator to be actively employed in doing good every day of their lives, either by improving their own mental and physical condition or that of their neighbors. So it is like, this is a part of their doctrine. Now, this book, Visions of Glory, takes that to mean, okay, well, if we're always going to be improving, then wouldn't it make sense that we spend more than one period of time on this planet kind of as a sort of grade whatever, and that we can have more than one life on Earth in this sort of concept of always improving ourselves and then eventually reaching the level of perfection in our religion. So thoughts on that, Spackle? Did I catch you off guard? I'm sorry. It's okay, we can come back. I'm not sure if you're muted or I think you said you had food on the way, so I understand if you need to stay muted. So this book became really popular. This Beyond the Veil book became very popular in sort of different LDS groups. It was the Orthodox LDS, but it was certain groups within it would start to like gain popularity with this. And basically my understanding is that they were people just kind of passing around books to friends, which these, besides Deseret, Cedar Fort and Spring Creek are both very small publishers. In fact, Spring Creek, which is the Daybell publishers, I believe even up like until the time of the arrest and everything was actually all like published through the Amazon direct publishing. Like they didn't actually even have any like printing themselves. But these books did start to sort of gain popularity among different groups, and this sort of concept of like, oh, we need to like start preparing for end times, and like these different visions that people are getting, which are associated with like different people throughout the history of the church, whether it be like past presidents, or there's even like somebody who's saying that like they were visited by Nephi, who's like the first prophet of the LDS church, and a lot of other stuff. But mostly they seem to center around sort of LDS doctrine, like all of these. And they all kind of seem to have the same format in that there is like this, something happens in order to stop their heart. I was joking with Spackle about this, but I was like, he refers to people being dead anytime that they basically like lose consciousness.
Yeah, like zombies.
Yeah, well, we'll get to the zombies in a little bit, but he's like, anytime, I think it's hilarious. At first, when I first heard this one part, I was like listening to the book club and I was like, is this just like the leader of the book club saying this, or is this actually like a quote for the book? No, it's a quote for the book. He says that he was born dead, which I'm like,
right, wrapped in newspaper.
Like that doesn't make sense. That doesn't like, that's no. But also he like later on has this like allergic reaction while he's in a hospital to contrast dye, and I believe that maybe it is documented that like maybe he like had some type of allergic reaction, maybe his heart stopped, and like they all kind of center around this. Then like they have this sensation of leaving their body, then they're either like standing beside of or over top of their body, and then they're met by this messenger who is maybe an angel, maybe somebody who's passed on, takes them on this journey where they show them they're basically their life and then the context of it, so like past and future,
like the
because
Christmas Carol.
Oh my gosh, I literally wrote that in my notes at one point.
No way!
I was like, this is the
I want to be the Joseph Marley ghost.
yeah. So they go on a Christmas Carol journey, and then usually there's some point where they're like, this is so beautiful, so wonderful, overwhelmingly awesome in this realm that is separate. It's maybe that's the celestial kingdom, maybe it's like a separate realm, but they a lot of times they're like they don't want to go back because it's so wonderful, beautiful here. They want to stay here, and then they are given this task. And they have to go back to complete this task. And sometimes it is a task that they they're just told of this task that they were previously given and sort of reminded of it, and sometimes it's a whole new task, and then they go back to their body and re-enter their body. For, I would say, the majority of them, it's considered like a somewhat pleasant experience, although I have heard of accounts where it was like not a pleasant experience and sort of like kind of brain fucked them for the rest of their life. So that doesn't sound cool. But a lot of them actually sound really neat. And there is like a physiological like thing.
Yeah, I've heard
That
about this. Yeah, like you do feel like you're out of body, dissociated, like big time.
Yes, yeah. And my understanding is that it is like basically like your brain trying to do like a restart sequence, like when all else fails, Control Alt Delete. Um, and it does sort of like jog that part of your brain that is connected to memories. And so like a lot of times it's like people say like their entire life flashes before their eyes. I forgot, there's like a reason for like the bright light in the tunnel and all of that.
Some people say that they see people that passed away, like in the room with them.
Yeah. And I am not negating that this happens to people, because there are so many hundreds of accounts of this happening to people. Like I do not doubt that near-death experiences happen. I do have some doubts about Spencer. I definitely have doubts about Chad Daybell. And apparently Lori Vallow at her sentencing hearings, apparently now she's had near-death experiences that nobody in her family heard about before this, but apparently while she was pregnant with her second child, she had these near-death experiences that she's talking about as well.
Oh, conveniently.
Yeah. So it's not that I doubt that they happen, it's that I doubt some of these authors. And I'll kind of explain why here in a minute.
I don't know if I don't want to rain on your parade or maybe fast forward, but like you remember that popularized book in evangelical land, Christian evangelicals, where the little boy dies and goes to heaven and sees heaven and he reports back, and then it turns out it's all fake.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a ringing of that to me.
Yeah. So also I didn't really go into it in the slide, but maybe we'll jump ahead for a minute. There's Chad Daybell like talks about his different like near-death experiences, and it's like weird because depending on who he's talking to, like the timeline doesn't add up. And it's like also like there are people who were like with him on the day when it supposedly happened, and they're like, but he didn't like say any like yeah,
It
he
looked
like
fine to me.
like, well, and also like he was like, oh yeah, that was scary. Like that they like my understanding is that like when he was between 17 and 20, I unclear, he was like cliff diving and either hit a rock or like
Okay,
got caught underneath a rock or
every time we go cliff diving, and I say this because I've gone before, and every time you go like rock climbing, there is a near death experience. You might be trusting your instincts. You might be trusting that it worked for the person before you. You might be trusting your equipment, but it kind of is a near death experience.
yeah. And I don't doubt that like something scary happened to him. But like all the people that he like rode home with that day were like, oh yeah, like that was scary. All right, man. Oh, like glad you made it out of that. Like it wasn't like, oh, I saw the prophet Nephi and the angel Moroni came to me, and I forget what that first vision was, but yeah.
Now I'm always confused by the Nephis and the angels. I have to brush up on that because I can't remember what the difference is. Is the Nephis like related to people that were in America or something?
Yes. So Nephi was the first prophet who came to America with his family, and there's like a whole thing about like that's how like this like second testament of the return of Jesus Christ in the Americas came about. But yes, Nephi was the one who made the journey.
And I think what I was watching about Chad was that he was elevating himself and his mentor, right? He has a mentor, is that right? Up at the same level as these spiritual beings, and they're like next to God, so like pretty much like the highest you can go, without completely breaking the established hierarchy.
Yeah, there was one of the people in his group that he would kind of go around during all of this. Now, Julie Rowe's book was kind of hit more than his, but he was the publisher for Julie Rowe's book. And he would go around to these different people who had bought and sort of talk to them about these books and say, oh, I had this vision. And I remember the one of them was an acquaintance of his that he went and he said, I think that you were Nephi and one of your prior probations. And yeah, that was, there were certain things that like that guy is still a practicing LDS member, but he has kind of like walked back that belief that he was Nephi. But I do think that it does kind of speak to that sort of what, like, where there's sort of flirting with people and making them feel special, and love bombing, I think is what it's referred to as, where they just like sort of gas people up.
Right.
And
Well, I think a lot of us that are drawn to religion, myself included, we're looking for purpose, right? And so these subcultures are going, it's the end of the world, but this is your purpose, this is your mission. And it's enticing for people. It really is. And you can be very intelligent. People make the mistake that like they assume stupid people join cults. It's only them. No, there are very, very smart people that get involved in things like this. Like you're talking about people that should be doctors and lawyers, and this guy was a psychologist. I mean, they're not stupid people, but there's something in their thinking that gets drawn to that. So
yes, and I think for some people, I heard this in relation to MLMs, like I think it was a couple of months ago, but somebody said that everybody who's in an MLM is both a victim and a perpetrator, and I think that is also true for a lot. Not everybody in these types of cults, because some people are just perpetrators. Maybe some people are just victims as well, but a lot of people in the middle are both victim and perpetrator in this.
Well, I think you and I both worked in church, right? And even with us, like you've left completely, and I'm dancing around a little bit on there, like going, I don't like this, I like this, kind of deconstruction land, I guess. And I think it's interesting because there's things that I was never a mean youth pastor. I was not a mean outreach person. Like I wasn't like, you're going to want to burn in hell, do you? Or anything like that. But I look at it and go, I look back at some of the unhealthy things I used to say in my 20s from that spiritual lens, and like just being gay. Well, that's a cross you have to bear, same with like heterosexuals who aren't supposed to have sex out of marriage. The things that I used to say make me cringe now, and I go, how much damage did I do? But at the same time, I was the victim of the same institution. So I get it. I get that you can be both at the same time, and people don't understand a lot of times, but if you've ever worked in church, you would understand that.
Yeah. And I was actually just talking to somebody about this earlier today, that was part of kind of what I had to sort of deconstruct, is a good word for it, with my own mental health in relation to like, and maybe it helps some people to feel like there is a purpose for their mental health issues. But for me, I really needed to deconstruct that belief that like there was a reason why I have mental health issues. I mean, for me, I've just come to the understanding that like it is a thing. Like the fact that I'm 5'10" tall, it just is a thing. It's not anybody's fault. It's not for a reason. It's just a thing. And for me, I had to kind of come to that place before I was able to sort of start healing from some of the trauma and stuff that I experienced. I saw you on mute. Were you going to say something?
Oh, no. I'm trying to mute on the soft mute because the hard mute on my mic goes.
Gotcha. No worries. I just didn't want to like talk over you if you had something to bring in. So in 2012, John Pontius and Tom Harrison published this book, Visions of Glory, and began doing these fireside chats. And the whole kind of concept of this book is that these are the sort of tools that he has acquired that he's sort of like using for in his practice as like a practicing psychologist, which is where I start to have some real issues with it personally.
It gets into the danger zone for sure right there.
Yes. So in 2013, Tom Spencer is seen and heard telling people that he is Spencer, and it is known in that part of Utah, as well as like parts of Idaho, that this guy, Tom Spencer, who is a child psychologist who works with child abuse victims, that this is his work, and he is promoted to bishop in that same year. Then this sort of information starts getting out about the multiple probations and how like some of it doesn't like necessarily align with their teachings and how some of it is like kind of dangerous stuff. And then Tom Harrison comes out publicly as Spencer around the same time that he is asked to stop doing fireside chats. So he writes a public statement in the form of a letter that sort of like walks back what he's saying in the book. So in the book, he kind of goes on about, well, this is, I had these visions and I went and I talked to this bishop, and this bishop was like, yes, this is from God. When you are ready to share it with the world, you'll know. And then he has this vision from an angel, and the angel says, you're going to meet this guy named John. And then that's when you're going to be able to share. Then he meets John Pontius. And then John Pontius, so this is a weird thing. We'll get back to this. John Pontius is, I believe at that point, has been diagnosed with the disease that will eventually kill him. So he is terminal at this point. And he sits down and they write this book together. And then he says, okay, well, that was, confirmation from the angel, whatever. So then he, in this letter, says, well, maybe he should have like not listen to the angel, but he doesn't really say that. And then there are letters from church presidents saying like, oh, well, like multiple probations isn't really like in our doctrine, but they don't give any like specific, they don't say, oh yeah, like visions of glory, you shouldn't read that, but like they're just kind of vague about it, right? And so he's kind of vague about walking it back, and it's all the just kind of like, oh yeah, like don't talk about it, nobody look here, we're just going to pretend that it doesn't exist. Meanwhile, people are still having these like meetings that like they have like invitations to like a weekend in the wilderness where they're prepping for this. And there's like all of these like groups where they're like, because he says in this book, like you need to have like 1 year of rations and everything prepared. Julie Rowe takes off with that. And she's has this whole thing about like, if you have your 1 year of supplies and everything, then like when the end days come, like then the 144,000 are just gonna like show up in a van and be like, hey,
come join us.
Basically, yeah. So it's like it's sort of walk back, but not really. So this is kind of the general format of the book. It is written in an interview format, and so it's like this is John, this is Spencer, this is John, this is Spencer, this is John. My understanding is that it is not actually written word for word. So why they put it in that interview format, like that's usually like reserved for like publications where it's like that is you're printing word for word. Like a lot of times you'll see it with like when they interview like Britney Spears or Bob Dylan or whatever, that it'll be
that, so it'd be like a smoother transition, like for instance, the Bible's translated different ways, and one way is like American Standards or word for word, and it's awkward. It is really awkward, and so like phrase by phrase is easier. Were they doing phrase by phrase?
Maybe I see. I've not seen the text, but it appears to be paragraphs, like paragraph by paragraph, but it would be like passage by passage. That would make sense. Also, if anybody has like a free copy of this they like want to send me, hit me up in the DMs. Like I will take a free copy. I just don't want to spend my money or my influence at the library towards this.
I'm sure we could dig one up that's like a few pennies.
Or if somebody knows where there's like a pirated version online, I'm fine with that. Like,
no, but you didn't say that.
I didn't say that. No, I mean, come on. Like, if,
I'm kidding. I'm teasing.
if Cedar Fort wants to come after me for copyright infringement, come at me.
I mean, they're not Zondervan, so you're okay.
We'll be all right. So yeah, this tells about like these visions that he's had, and supposedly he is imparted with this wisdom. Now, I did have a couple of excerpts from it that I was going to play, but we can get back to those. But he has these visions that he's then just imparted with knowledge, and I think it's really interesting. We'll come back and I'll play the excerpt from the book where he like talks about how he just like wakes up with this knowledge. And I think it's really interesting that he's like, I knew this, and starts naming off things. And I, as well as other people, because I listening to book clubs, like there's other people who are like, yeah, like I was kind of like waiting for him to like say where it was that he like confirmed that those things that he like learned were true, but like he never does. It's not like he's like, oh, I knew this about this person, and then later on, like they said that in conversation. Like it's just he supposedly knows. And at one point, I couldn't find the one excerpt, but I cracked up the first couple times that I heard it, and I did try to find it today. It's just there's so much to go through to try and find it. But he like talks about going by a piece of furniture. I believe it's an ottoman. And in his like passing through the room by this ottoman, he instantly knows how many trees were like
Murdered for the ottoman?
how many
No.
trees are contained in this ottoman, and like
No.
where those trees like lived their life, and all of the entire life of all of these trees. It's like,
Wow.
and all of the cows that like their leather, like
I can feel the suffering in the ottoman.
I guess I don't, but he's not like in favor of veganism or anything like that. He's just saying that like he's imparted with this knowledge.
Sir,
And-
that's fake leather.
Right. Also, I think he does say the word cow, which to be clear, like leather is usually taken from steers. Not cows.
That's right. And then you can get a rug at IKEA.
That's true. You
Which
can.
is disturbing to me. I'm like, I don't want a dead steer in my living room, but that's a whole side. Sorry.
Yeah. Yep. No, that's cool. You're cool. So yeah, he has these interesting sort of like near-death experiences, and then later on in the book, there are also shorter excerpts from other members of the LDS Church that are like these supportedly corroborating claims about these near-death experiences that supposedly corroborate what he
So, like, how do they get together and say, I had a near-death experience? I had a near-death experience. Do they have, like, a meetup app? And they're like, this is our meetup group? Or, like, what?
Yeah, I don't know.
Reddit
So,
board?
from what I understand, there was a cousin of Lori Vallow who was really into both the book before Visions with Glory. What was that one called? Beyond the Veil. I think he was really into that. And then he also went around handing out copies of Visions of Glory. So Lori Daybell actually had this book as well as a couple of other books that were published by Spring Creek, which is Chad Daybell's, which were like the Julie Rowe books, and had read one of his books before all of this kind of even started unfolding.
How popular is this book? I didn't look up the popularity of it.
Ooh, I did not either. I know that there are millions of copies that have sold at this point. And I did look up on Cedar Fort. They do list it. I thought it was kind of ironic. They list it as their best-selling nonfiction book.
Oh, okay. Nonfiction, huh?
Nonfiction.
Okay.
This one, as well as Beyond the Veil, are listed as nonfiction.
Still listed that way.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Interesting.
Now, I did try to look, so that's as of like 3 days ago when I was messaging you about doing this, and I did take screenshots. I have them somewhere. I like went to go like pull it up today, and I think that stream from Hidden True Crime and Law and Crime like actually did something because their website was down earlier today.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I'm like, is that? But it was the whole Cedar Fort website. It was not just Visions of
Maybe
War.
they got a lot of traffic or something that I can't deal with.
Yeah, I don't know. So that was interesting to me.
So these all guys I can't say that word. Collaborated. And like, what are they agreeing on? Like, exactly. Like, when the end times are happening. Like I just like, does it ever spell it out?
So I think the basic understanding is that the end times are coming soon. That you have, as a soul, have made a covenant with the Holy Spirit, with God, to deal with all the hardships that you have on the planet. And if you go through one of these near-death experiences or in some other way are able to cross the veil, because they do sort of, there's somebody who they go into a coma and it wasn't actually like really a near-death experience, but then there's some other, I think, what was it somebody said earlier, Aunt Jer, so when you're asleep, you're dead. Like that's basically kind of how they treat it. That like, and then I think it's kind of treated as once you have a near-death experience, then it opens up all of these other ways that you can have these visions.
I also want to point out that sleep is used just in mainstream Christianity, which Mormons do have the New Testament as well amongst their books. Sleep is always used for spiritual death, and it's not literal death; it's spiritual death. And like even in the Bible, it goes, "Wake up, O sleeper, and rise from the dead, and Christ will shine on you." Like the concept of being dead in your sins or sleep is has been existing for a while. Unironically, when people say woke, I think of that every time.
That's funny. I've never thought of that, but yeah, that's kind of funny. But yeah, it seems to be that it's like sort of the key to it is having a near-death experience, and then once that happens, it sort of like opens, once you've crossed the veil, so to speak, then it opens you to other opportunities. And in the book, Spencer goes through this whole thing where like one of his messengers teaches him to use like seer stones, and he creates a portal, and it's very sort of reminiscent of like the Urim and Thummim and like that whole thing, which is interesting. And to me, it does sound like there is a lot that's kind of ripped off of Joseph Smith, but
Well, it makes sense, right? It's an offshoot.
right,
Yeah.
right, exactly. Um,
Dum dum dum.
but yeah, it also seems to kind of come to this, that once you have these sort of revelations, that you can use your connection that you have with the other side to heal yourself, to heal mental issues, and then in some cases, in the case of Jodi Hildebrandt and Chad Daybell, apparently it gives you not only the ability to see your own past and future, but also that of others. So yeah, that's kind of what's talked about in this book, and kind of what's the takeaway of this book, as well as lots of like, we're all going to die soon and you need to have years worth of
Did
prep.
you mention that they're talking about your ancestors helping you as well, which is something that is attractive to a lot of people?
I did not mention that. That is a very good thing to bring up, because yes, he does. And I think that for a lot of people, especially if they don't, if like their grandparents passed away when they were young or before they died, that it is sort of attractive that it kind of reestablishes that connection that they weren't able to get. Yeah, I agree with that a lot. And it makes you feel special, right? Like you have this previous life that like is this is laid out for you, and this is like part of your path to salvation. And
which all religions share. I don't think there's a religion that doesn't have like a purpose in some way or a path in some way. But it's interesting which ones lead to the most collateral damage.
Yeah.
Like standard LDS isn't leading to that huge collateral damage as we saw with this book. And so I'm fascinated, like, what attracts people to the more extremist versions of things, you know?
I think one thing that kind of came out of this in my research around Jodi Hildebrandt is this sort of concept of for a lot of people, like, therapy doesn't work the first time around.
Or the second or third.
Or the second or the third. And there's this sort of, okay, well, I go to therapy and like maybe initially it feels like I'm getting something out of it, but then like it gets to a point where I plateau. And what is this? And this is very attractive in that it's saying, like, you don't need a therapist. You just need to pray. And you just need to call on your connection with your holy power, like your higher power, Holy Spirit, and that you have the power to heal yourself, which I think is quite attractive, but not realistic in a lot of cases, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, I mean, I addressed things that I didn't realize were mental wellness issues. Like I knew what depression was, and anxiety was, I guess. So I guess I knew it in a way, but I addressed them in a spiritual manner, and this is more mainstream. I mean, more, mainstream Christianity, but like to approach things like anxiety, and then you go, do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will worry about itself. And it's supposed to be comforting, but it's really like, it would sometimes compound the feeling of like anxiety is a sin. And it just combines this sin nature, like kind of idea, like, oh, and it makes you misdirect your efforts. So you're praying harder and harder and harder, and nothing is moving. Sometimes you'll get a high, like a spiritual high, but nothing's actually moving forward. You're not actually growing, and that's dangerous.
Yeah, that's something that I was going to bring up later, but we can jump ahead a little bit. Is it does seem like it is sort of this, well, you can call upon people in the church to help you. You can call upon your bishops, and if your bishop suggests, a therapist that's like church-based therapy or whatever, then yeah, like go ahead and do that. But if everything in the church fails you, if praying and the bishop and everybody else fails you, well, that's because it's your fault. That's because it's a you problem.
Yeah, you're clearly sinful and rebellious.
Yes. And that's where we get these things like with Ruby Franke's kids acting up and stuff, like doing normal kid things. And she's saying, oh, they have this egregious behavior that like they just, I can't get them to act right. And I take away all of these things and give them all of these punishments, and they still continue to misbehave because they're just filled with evil.
It's because corporal punishment doesn't work.
Yeah. Also, like, I think it's interesting that one of the things that like people talked about literally for over a year before this thing came out was that she took her child's bed away for like over 6 months. And I'm just going to say, like, as somebody who has like looked into like taking in foster kids, that is like one of like the bare minimum requirements that you have to show in order for them to even consider putting a child in your house is that you have a bed for them.
Right. That deprivation is not like, I've heard people say that like my friend, again, Baptist, right? My friend, their parents were convinced they were on drugs, and they actually weren't, but they liked rock and roll. And they took every item out of their room and either threw it in the trash or sold it. And so he had nothing in his room. And granted, he's a teen, which is a little less horrible, but it's still horrible. It's a violation. It's depriving people. So I can't imagine a little one having that sort of thing too. And it's abusive. It's emotional abuse and neglect at the same time. Like, you deserve to be able to sleep.
Yes.
And most people can't sleep so well on the floor. I mean, kids kind of can in some ways, but not their best, and it's just terrible.
And how is that affecting his education? How is that affecting, like, now he's, say he's involved in extracurricular activities, well, he's going to be like falling behind and not being able to put in his all because he's not sleeping properly. It's just okay. And then it goes on for 6 or 7 months because he's continuing to like have, you know, behavior issues. Well, maybe part of the reason why he's having behavior issues is because he's not getting proper sleep. Like, yeah.
Yeah. It's what a cycle that they made worse. And I don't even know what his behavior issues were per se, but that is not how you do it. That's not how you parent. But I tell you, parents, even in some more mainstream religious situations, do make these terrible mistakes. You know, spare the rod, you know, kind of thing. It's getting better, I think. I think it's getting better, but there's these pockets hidden that things go real wild real quick.
I did notice actually at my local library that they do not have any books geared towards children on consent or bodily autonomy, but they do have the that book by the Pearls where he talks about like blanket training, how to train up your child. That one
In
they
your
have
library?
that at my local library.
Okay, yeah, but you're Midwest, right? So I'm in Sodom and Gomorrah. I mean California. And here there are books about consent here, and blanket training is not on my library thing. So isn't that interesting? And it's not because we're so much better because we have our own problems here, but it's just that even within our culture and with religious people in the mix, everything like there's so much fluctuation even where you are. And what's frustrating is we're teaching really bad tools to parents, and then they become parents, and then they're using these really bad tools, and it's just a cycle of generations of generational abuse, basically, that people thought they were being informed by a book, and it's so scary.
Well, and in Missouri, we've gotten one step worse in the past few months. So I've been kind of meaning to do a video on this, but just kind of the quick version. There was recently legislation that was passed in Missouri where it states that librarians are responsible for informing parents of any material that their child might be looking at that they might not approve of. And it's like it's literally written in very vague terms like that.
That's too much responsibility for a librarian. That's not their job.
It is unenforceable. There's no way that you can have a librarian watching over every child that's in the library to see what book he picks up off of a shelf. Like, that's not.
Look, I don't think a child should be reading Henry Miller or Anais Nin or anything like that. But like there's certain things where it's just like it's overkill. Like I think about some of the books I read. I read a book that was in a children's book, a library, and it was approved by my parents. They said, "Oh, it's fine." It was from the Southern perspective. Now imagine this isn't a Southern California library. It's from the Southern perspective of the Civil War as a children's book. And it had amputations in it and all sorts of weird things, you know. And then I was like, whoa. And of course, I read it because I was like morbid.
I mean, I read like the Addie series from American Girl, but that was not that was a very different perspective. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do think that like there is I do think that librarians should have the ability to say to parents, hey, your kid is looking at some stuff that like maybe you should be aware of. I do think that they should have that ability. If I don't believe that there should be where they're forced to if it's something that they think that their parents might not approve of. Also, like, how are they supposed to know like what every child's parents approve of? Like, it's not. But what they're trying to do is to try and stop kids from being able to access books about consent, about LGBT issues, that sort of thing, and basically stop them from even looking at it in a library before they check it out.
And the assumption is that that these people are running with is this material is harmful and this material grooms. And it's the assumption that they're running wild with. And I'm sorry, but you just cannot create somebody that like you just it's I don't know how to explain this in a way that makes sense to people, but you, just like you didn't wake up, and I'll just focus on straight instead of trans issues, but you didn't just wake up and go, oh, I'm heterosexual. Like, I'm going to choose to be heterosexual. You know, it doesn't work that way. But they think that it's some sort of catching disease that you're just indoctrinated in, and it doesn't work that way. And the reason why I know it doesn't work that way is because I was homeschooled. I wasn't allowed to watch anything. I was under the most I was under the most strict situation that anybody I know. And they used to joke and say, like, oh, can you come out of your tower, you know, at church, you know. And even the church people in the Baptist church knew that I was under such strict supervision and so many rules I couldn't do anything. And you know what? You can still be gay. Like, with all that.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a thing. It's like I said, like being 5'10", it's just a thing that, like,
yeah. But no, it's like this catching disease that must be stopped.
Yeah. So some things that I thought were a little bit weird about this book, and I realized that I kind of put our cameras covering up the last little bit of it, but it is interesting that John Pontius, who is the author of this book, died shortly after the book was published. I put produced here. Published. It is likely that Spencer knew that he was going to die at the time that he dictated this to Pontius. This to me led me to wonder if Tom Harrison didn't intend on sort of never really saying that it was him, and just when John Pontius died, the secret sort of died with him, but then the book became very popular, and he kind of wanted to tell people, hey, guess what, I'm Spencer. I've got a little secret to tell you. It's kind of, again, that's me reading into it, but wouldn't surprise me. Yes, is kind of my thoughts on that. So also Tom Harrison, Spencer, has been, so there are corroborated reports from multiple sources, according to Laura Matthias from Hidden True Crime, that she has confirmed from multiple sources that Tom Harrison was meeting with people, including Chad Daybell, Jodi Hildebrandt, and other people, up until 2019. And actually, I believe it was within a month of the time that the kids went missing, the Vallow kids, which is just a little interesting tidbit. Also, on the theme of people dying, Spencer Tom Harrison claims that his visions were confirmed by this bishop. Like I said in the book, he says that he tells the bishop's like, oh yeah, that's from God, you know, just hang on to that, whatever. But this guy is dead and can't confirm whether or not he ever said that to Tom Harrison, which, like I said, sounds eerily similar to some of the visions that Joseph Smith had, and how they were spiritually corroborated by people who couldn't actually say that they were there. But yeah, I think those are all kind of interesting little tidbits.
I just want to point out, I'm a movie fiend. I'm a movie, and I like books too, but I'm a movie nut. And I love movies.
Yeah.
And I like old movies, new movies, whatever. All of this, what I was reading and stuff like that about his visions and stuff like that, it sounds like the movie Frailty. And I recommend that movie, but buckle up. There's child abuse in it, and it is triggering. And it triggered me. It gave me absolute anxiety attacks. But it was good in that way. And so, like, the whole story is, and Bill Paxton and Matthew McConaughey are in it as the adults, and well, Bill Paxton's the dad, and then McConaughey's grown up as an adult, looking back at his childhood, which was terrible. But anyway, Bill Paxton gets this vision, that the Archangel Michael says, you need to go slay all these demons. and these demons, he makes a list of people who are demon possessed, and then he tries to get his son involved too, to go slay these demons. And you can just imagine, like, and there's child abuse in it, and it's just awful, but you can imagine it's psychological horror, and that's what this kind of reminds me of. It is absolute psychological horror, and it's scary.
Absolutely. So to tie in a little bit more about Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow, I do want to jump back a little bit in the timeline. So this is up here, we have above the timeline of things we've already discussed. But all the way back in 2003, which is 2 years before Beyond the Veil was published, Chad Daybell was removed from Deseret Publishing because his book was not aligning with doctrine. And that is the official LDS publisher. Which I wonder if it didn't start a little beef in his head, that he was maybe a little butthurt that Deseret.
Do you think he wanted their accolades and wanted their approval, or do you think that he feels more special being an outcast?
I don't know, because I also wonder at this point how many publishers did he go to before the next year when him and his wife start their own publishing company? Because they do continue to go on to publish on, like I said, stuff that's other LDS authors, and it's not just the Doomsday Prepper stuff that they publish, but it is all somewhat related to LDS doctrine. And like I said, I don't know that they ever actually even owned a printer. I believe that it was all done through KDP. Which, I mean, I've published through KDP. My ex is published through KDP.
What is KDP? I feel ignorant.
KDP is Amazon's direct publishing company.
Oh, yeah. So, like, Lyrical Orion's book was that way, and Rand Campbell, who's a flat earther, is that way. Yep.
Yeah, and there are people who publish great shit through KDP. Like, it's not, just crap, but I feel like somebody who was published through Deseret or some other legitimate publishing company would go to, say, Cedar Fort or another LDS publisher before saying, I'm going to start my own publishing company. And from most accounts, it was Tammy who was the one who was running the publishing side of it. It was mostly just like she was supporting her husband, who's an author. Which I think they had a bunch of kids too. So I can only imagine that they ran it out of their house as well. Which a lot of people said that, like, he would sort of like approach them and talk to them about a little bit about this multiple probations and doomsday prepping, that sort of thing, and sort of get a feel for them, these different people in their ward. And then particularly after they moved up to Idaho, that whenever somebody sort of kind of gave a warm welcome to that they would then suggest that they come work for them at the publishing company. So they're already starting this sort of like group that's sort of meeting up, and it's like, oh, well, here's Julie Rowe was sort of like the lead author of the group, but Chad was more kind of the bringing everybody together kind of.
Wow.
And he would go around with, now there's some people who said that it was with another member of this group, and some people said that he did it by himself, but he would go around to different people who were supposedly he had visions about, and say, I had these visions that you are part of God's plan and that you need to join us. And that's where this whole like avow preparing the people thing started, which I'm not sure if you're familiar with that whole website and that fun shit.
I didn't look at it, but I want to know.
You probably can't get on it because you do have to have a membership to get on it. And I believe back in like 2019, they were still letting people get away with like getting a membership on it, but now it's like kind of shut down. If you are not already a member on it, you really can't get on it. But it's, so that is where they start with these chats and these boards and stuff where they're talking about that there are these levels of, now I feel like we should maybe get a little bit further ahead on this, because that it is one of the things that I am talking about in some of the later slides. But yeah, this is where it starts, though, is that they start their own Spring Creek publishing, and then there's sort of these groups where they're passing around books and buying books for each other, because remember, you're supporting an LDS author and an LDS publisher. So if you like the book, don't just give your friend a copy, buy them a copy, and that sort of thing. So that kind of perpetuates this. So then in 2014, these are Julie Rowe's first 2 books that were published within 1 year of each other, which happens to be the same year that Tom Harrison stopped doing fireside chats, where he stopped doing actual like public appearances. And then there's sort of, oh, well, is this book, Visions of Glory, is this one of the books that maybe we're not supposed to read? Because remember that it wasn't the president, it was the next guy down. It's like the guy who becomes the president when the president dies, and I can't remember what his position is, but it's like one of the higher ups in the church. He said multiple probations isn't doctrine or whatever, but kind of soft, right? He didn't actually say it's not doctrine. He just said that it's not from our prophets, right? But if you have a personal experience, like, that's who are we to negate your personal experience? So they're sort of like meeting up, and they're talking about like, oh, well, who's had these personal experiences? And there's different people in the group who start having these near-death experiences come to light. Chad Daybell being one of them. At that point, before 2014, apparently nobody has ever heard of Chad Daybell having a near-death experience. But suddenly, when there is sort of the space that opens up where people are saying, oh, well, maybe we shouldn't be reading Visions of Glory, then he has his near-death experience that he starts drawing on and starts corroborating with Julie Rowe. So the idea is, from what I've heard from people in this group, is that they would sort of each have like their sort of like visions that they would speak to their messengers or use their portal or whatever, that they would speak to their messengers. And then they would like have a phone call between the 2 of them where they would, suss out what this all means between the 2 of them. And then they would either go present this to an individual person or to the group that like this is supposedly the revelations that they have had. That is another thing that I feel is kind of dangerous about this book, that it's saying that like you can have revelations about other people's lives. And that's something that I feel like Jodi Hildebrandt also grabbed onto and really started sort of speaking this as if it were truth, that like, oh, I have revelations about like the things that you're dealing with and how you need to deal with it, and that you have evil spirits, and that you are, yes, you're a victim of this type of crime, but if you're also going to become a perpetrator, and therefore like you're an evil person. And even though you haven't acted on this, you have the potential to, and therefore, it's really kind of just like messed up shit. But yeah, this kind of concept of that these people have some type of like information from God about other people's lives, I just think it is a little bit ridiculous. Now, Julie Rowe does, I believe, publish 4 other books through Spring Creek, but these first 2 were both in that same year when Tom Harrison decided to sort of step down from doing fireside chats. However, he did not stop meeting with people and talking to people about near-death experiences, prepping, that sort of thing. At this point, there were a few different groups and a few different conferences that were going on, one of which was specifically for people who were therapists in the LDS Church. And I believe that it was kind of this concept of like basically they treated everything like an addiction. It was, if we just sort of like throw all of the awful parts of the 12-step program at people, then it like their concept was that it would sort of beat them into submission, really.
Look, instead of a sponsor, you just get an accountability partner.
That was part of it that Jodi was talking about, was that they would have like these accountability partners, and that they would have to like call each other 3 and 4 times a day to like either confess their sins or to like talk about like ways to avoid them. And it's just like all of this, these like wild groups where, and I just, yeah.
What's funny too is Baptists. I mean, when we were doing that, we had accountability groups too. But one of the funny things is accountability partners is not that fringe. It's actually pretty mainstream. But what is fringe is if they're recording everything that you're confessing.
Yeah.
And if it's required and compulsory to do it. Those are things that are red flags. There's a cult called Church of Christ, and not to be mistaken as the actual Church of Christ that has like buildings, but there was a cult called Church of Christ, and first thing they used to do is go, you need an accountability partner. You have to confess every single sin that you are knowledgeable about to that accountability partner. Of course, they'd like hold it over you. and so it's sort of similar to auditing in Scientology. It's similar, and so it can go south real fast.
And that's, I know I've talked to you about this, Spackle, but like I surprisingly, my like the Christian side of my upbringing, most of like the abusive parts of that actually came from my dad. Whereas like the church that he was a part of wasn't really that bad comparatively. However, I was part of a 12-step group later in my life, or years after that was very much a what I would call a high demand, high control group. I would classify it as a cult. I'm not going to necessarily classify every 12-step group as a cult, but
that particular leader had it situated probably in a way that was okay.
Yeah,
I think that can happen with a lot of ideologies and systems.
And if you go look at the 12 steps, it's very easily set up for that, unfortunately. But yeah,
I can see that.
So around this time is when Vallow and the Preparing the People, from these sort of like book club groups, they came up with this name, Preparing the People. It was initially, I think it was supposed to be like Preparing People for Zion, and then it was sort of, initially it was, the name of it was very church-centered, whereas later they decided on a more neutral name, because the idea was that it would bring in more than people who are already LDS, that they could basically kind of convert them to LDS as part of it. So they start this online forum, and on this online forum, they begin sort of giving people these ratings of light and dark. And very similar to Jodi Hildebrandt's sort of like truth and what does she call it? Dissonance. It's not dissonance, but it's something like that, right? Where it's like this duality, right? Of like people are either on the good side or the bad side, and they never use the words good and bad. And I think that it is really interesting, and I think it does go back to this book, the Visions of Glory book, where he talks about, I heard, I had this knowledge of like these affairs that people were having, and that they were having problems with money and this, that, and the other, but none of it was judgment. It was, I could tell that it was dark, but it wasn't, he's not calling it evil, right? It's not good and bad, it's light and dark. And it's this sort of duality that like they can sort of substitute other words, and they're like, well, I'm not saying that you're a bad person, but like you have an evil spirit.
But the meaning's the same.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I think that it is like, because it's like they can say, oh, well, it's not, I'm not saying that it's bad, but it is of an evil spirit.
I think maybe the stickler is that he thinks and this is so splicing hairs or whatever you want to call it. I'm really bad at these things, but
Splitting hairs.
splitting hairs. Thank you. Splicing hairs.
Same thing.
But it could be very possible that there's different views of sin. So like one that we're most familiar with from evangelicals and Mormons is that the sin nature resides inside of you, and that you, and penal substitution, these ideas, that this your whole nature is tainted with this sinfulness. And then there's these ideas of like sin is something that you do and it lays on top like an illness. And so it could be related to those sort of nuances. I'm not sure.
That's a very good point, that it is, and there is sort of that Christian sort of like hate the sin but not the sinner. It does kind of reminisce of that. Yeah, that is an interesting sort of, yeah.
It's like, again, it's splitting hairs if you're on the outside, but if you're on the inside, it does matter. So
yeah, that's a good point. So my understanding is that around this time, it was sort of like as I was saying, Julie Rowe was kind of like the head author of these groups, and there is these where they're kind of rating people. Julie's
like social credits,
kind of, yeah, and she's kind of leading and then there's this concept that comes up of like, not only can you have multiple probations, but then also, so if you don't understand the concept of being sealed in the LDS church, so the idea is that when you become married, you are sealed to your spouse for all of eternity. Now, keep in mind that this is also a church that has a history of polygamy. So this is kind of my understanding of the doctrine as it's been taught and kind of expanded over the years, is that a man can be sealed to more than one woman, and they will all be part of his celestial kingdom that he will be reigning over in heaven, or it's like in the celestial kingdom, but it's his own whatever. I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact terminology for it. Now, obviously, over the years, polygamy has become less within the church. I won't say that it is completely gone.
They officially disbanded it. But I think, side note, I think one of the reasons why we're so anti-polygamy in the United States isn't necessarily as for the most moral reasons as you would imagine if you're a hardcore Christian. It's land ownership. We don't want you to suck up all the land. It really is more about that. It's about assets. It's really funny.
Yeah, sadly it is. Yeah. So the LDS doctrine is that a man can be sealed to more than one woman. Now, this was a thing that kind of came up when my would-be father-in-law passed away, and my now would-be mother-in-law. I've said me and my ex have divorced, but family's family. She now my was mother-in-law has remarried. She is LDS, and there was discussion at that time where, because she has been sealed to her previous husband who has passed away, can she be resealed in
That's a good
temple?
question.
From my understanding of at least the word here is that she can be sealed again. She can have a second sealing. And then once she makes her way to the celestial kingdom, maybe she'll have a choice. Maybe it'll all just work itself out.
Veil. Women don't have a choice. Your husband can pull you from the veil or not.
So basically what I was told was that once you get to the celestial kingdom, it'll all work itself out.
I mean, do they talk to each other? So like the men become gods of their own planets, celestial kingdom. Well, if you're really good.
And firstborn.
And do you just contact other gods of the other planets and go, yo, give me my wife back? You're number 2?
So this is confusing, right? And when this first a vow, preparing the people boards first come out, there is this discussion about, well, there's all of these guys who have had these multiple probations, but it's okay that like they're sort of like seeing these women who were their wives in previous probations, which is another thing that we'll get back to with Tim Ballard, is like that was like one of the things that he was telling his wife is that he was having like what I would call an affair with these women. Because his wife thought that they were in a monogamous relationship. To be clear,
secret polygamy.
To be clear, I don't think that polygamy is an affair necessarily, but when your wife thinks that you are in a monogamous relationship and you're sleeping with people on the side, that is an affair, in my opinion. And then when she found out about it, his response, from my understanding, this could be wrong, that I only heard about the Tim Ballard shit a couple days ago, but his response to her was, well, they were actually his wives from a previous probation, and therefore it wasn't actually cheating.
Wow.
Yeah. So there's these guys who are involved in this who are supposedly seeing these women who are like, well, that was his wife at his previous probation. All of them are men except for Julie Rowe, who is like the only one who's had like multiple husbands.
You know what's interesting about that is a lot of strange divisions in religion revolve around marriage and sex. Like by that I mean like how did the Church of England happen? Oh, well, he wanted to get rid of his wife and marry another girl.
Yeah. So there's a lot of that going on, and one of those things that was going on is around this time. I believe that it is 2016 or 2017 that Lori Vallow is introduced to Chad Daybell at a Preparing People conference. And one of the first things, according to witnesses, one of the first things that Chad Daybell says to her is, "You were my wife in a previous probation."
And did she say, yes, I'm feeling it too? Or is she like, oh, really?
I
Can you imagine if you just run up to people and you're like, we were soulmates in a previous like what?
Well, according to Melanie Gibb, who is like somebody who I wouldn't necessarily trust for separate reasons, but she was there at the time. And according to her, what it sounds like is that she was very sort of smitten and very sort of like felt very important and very special by like this. He's not just an author, he's a publisher, and he's saying this to her.
We're talking about
Chad Daybell, which like if you
see what he looks like.
Oh,
not that matters a whole
like
lot,
a toe, like a toe. Also, we're gonna jump back.
Oh my God!
I told you he looked like a toe. Yes.
Why are all these cult leaders that get all these women and stuff? Why are they so? Wow.
According to the people that Chad Daybell grew up with, not only did his near-death experiences not appear until later in life, but also his wife Tammy was the, and I quote, first woman who gave him the time of day. He married the first woman who gave him the time of day, according to his relatives.
Not surprised.
Yeah. Oh, here, let's see. If I do.
I don't like his mouth.
He has one of those where it like goes in.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. I have it a little bit, but not as bad.
His eye, like he's got like that brow that's like, Arr.
Yes. Okay.
I know that literally looks don't really matter, but like sometimes like you just like eyeball someone and you're like, something not right here. I don't know what.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see. This is the one that I was going to share. We got full screen on that. And I believe I have my audio on. Let me know if it does not.
Yeah, click the little tiny baby box.
I did, but it's like weirdly has it's like red in both places, but it does appear to be showing it. So this is the body cam footage that I was explaining earlier, that this is when she gets served with an order to produce the kids, which I am jumping ahead a little bit in the timeline, but we're going to make fun of his lip. So.
Do you have any questions regarding that?
Just the look on his face is so just like. So I don't know if you can see, this is the book here.
They're reading their own book?
No, this is Visions of Glory by Spencer, and but it's same.
Oh, same.
Yeah.
Circle.
And look how well thumbed this is. I was thinking about, like, it just occurred to me when I was talking to somebody about this earlier today, that like, this is not her first time reading through this. This is like a little book study that they're having by the side of the pool. But yeah, his little smirk.
So it is
like, what is that look on his face where he's like, because they know that the kids are dead at this point. We don't know that the kids are dead, but they do.
Holy cow. I'm going to zoom in on this guy's face. I'm zooming in.
Can I make it bigger? I don't think I can.
He seems like happy.
That's
weird. Yeah, that's about as big as you'll make it. That is so weird. What weird reactions.
39 hours on January 25th.
Sociopath.
Just his little like, what you got there? This stupid thumb going on.
Now, what is she reading exactly?
This is, so at this point, see, I'll switch back over to this.
It's saying you have to give her the kids, and they don't know the kids are dead. Like, the cops don't know, obviously, because they wouldn't be picking them up. Yeah.
So this is in 2019. Charles Vallow, who is Lori Vallow's husband. Now, mind you, they have met, and we were married in a previous probation, right? And in this time, then suddenly, then people in their lives start getting raided. And I told you I was going to like try and find this document. It was again another thing that got lost. But you guys can go out there and find it. The daughter-in-law of Lori was, I believe, the one who was able to get these documents. But Charles Vallow, the one who died, sent them out, got them off of Lori's computer, and was like, "Look at this shit," where he was like rating, giving her a family history of these people in her life, saying, "Oh, well, they're dark spirits or light spirits," and putting on this rating of like 5 dark to 5 light. And supposedly, like, if they were past a 4 on the dark scale, that like there was no like saving them in this, there was no turning them to the light side, that they were just destined to be dark. And Charles Vallow and her daughter Tylee were both listed as being like a 4.3 and a 4.1 dark at this point in time. So then in July, there is an accidental shooting, which we can get into that. So Lori, Charles Vallow at this point has been going around to the entire family being like, Lori is fucking nuts. She's been reading these like crazy books. And she's like talking about like people being like possessed by spirits, and like this is like wild, and I don't know like what the fuck is going on. She's being crazy. At some point, she like kicks him out of the house, and then he like, in a sort of like attempt to contact their friend like Melanie Gibb, he like grabs her like purse out of the car while she is like dropping off the kids for school, and like sends off a text to like Melanie Gibbs, like, this woman is telling everybody in his life this woman is crazy. The police get called multiple times, and he's like, my wife is crazy. Like, are like talking to these cops who are members of the LDS church, who are saying like, do you understand? Like, she's like going like crazy off book with his doctrine. She's talking about people like being possessed and people being zombies, that like once they've been like possessed by an evil spirit, that they become zombies. They find in their text messages later that they're like literally like saying, like texting like, oh, so and so is a Z, like like Spackle and I do, like when we're playing like DayZ, when we say, oh, like a Z up there, like as in like if we're using it, we're talking about like a fictional like NPC. They're talking about like actual people in their lives.
Wow.
That this person has become possessed and is now a zombie. So Charles Vallow goes around and he's
So
like,
in
oh
their
my God.
brain, they're dead already. They're not real anymore.
That there's no, like the only thing at this point when somebody becomes a zombie to like release their spirit from their body is really the only thing to do.
Wow.
Two, this is the thing that I like weirdly, I was like, oh my gosh. I don't think that they were actually trying to kill Tylee and JJ. I think that they were trying to force a near-death experience. And they died. They couldn't bring them back.
What I don't
That
get
is
into
just
gory
like a,
details. I didn't read because I don't really. True crime usually brings me down, but every so often true crime merges with my interests, which are like cults and things like that. I didn't read about how the kids died. Would they drowned? Because that's a typical one. Like, okay.
So unfortunately, only one of the children's remains has been released. The other is still indeterminate. The child that has been released, it is determined that they were given a blow to the head at some point.
That's pretty intentional.
It was in conjunction with other things, and apparently the head wound on its own would not have been fatal, but in conjunction with other things that would also, like either by themselves would not have been fatal, but in conjunction they were, is my understanding of it. The other one may or may not have been related to fire, which is really sad. So
maybe they're the demons that they're seeking.
Yeah.
But seriously, projection is real, isn't it?
Yeah. So Charles Vallow is going around to all of his in-laws being like, hey, my wife, like we're divorcing because like we had a fucking divorce at this point, but like everybody's going wackadoo. Like they're like, she's just like really spiritual. Like she's just really whatever. And he sort of he like calls the son-in-law, her son, eldest son, who's not the one living with them, he's an adult married living on his own, and he's like, yo, like y'all need to like figure out your shit, like it's between you two. And everybody's kind of like trying to stay out of it. Meanwhile, he's just like, somebody like fucking, you know. Sorry, I saw something in one of the, please excuse my nervous laughter, because it does just so happen that he does get one of Lori's brothers to sort of listen. And he plans this intervention with Lori's family, that they're going to have an intervention with Lori. This other brother, Alex, sort of catches word that they're having this intervention. I don't know if he was like invited to it or not, but he is at this point has been roped in by Chad Daybell, by this whole group and everything. And he tells Lori they're planning this intervention. And there's text messages between them where they're discussing this. Interestingly enough, some of the code names that they use for each other in these text messages are Spencer and Spencer's wife. Which at the time when this was first coming out, people were like, what is this? Like, is this person in the church? Who's Spencer? It's Visions of Glory Spencer. It's Tom Harrison. That's who they're talking about. So it just so happens that on this day that they are later planning on having this intervention with Lori, her husband comes to pick up the kid to take him to school. And there is some type of disturbance that happens in the house. It's not clear. According to what Lori told her mother, she said that Charles had left his cell phone in the house and he came back to get it. And at that point, she had been looking through his phone, was upset about something on the phone, and an argument ensued. That doesn't really ring true with, there's another person that supposedly Charles texted when he like had his phone like back in the truck in that interim time where he was like waiting for the kid to come out, was like, I need to go back in to get the kid. But whatever the reason, an argument ensues. The brother, Alex, gets involved in the argument, shoots Charles dead. This happens in July. By September, the family, so this is a little bit complicated. JJ, who is the youngest of Charles and Lori. Lori's oldest is Colby, and then she has Tylee, and then the youngest is JJ. JJ is biologically the great nephew of Charles. Charles's sister is the biological grandmother of JJ. Their child, Charles's niece or nephew, I'm not sure, was not in a position that they were able to care for JJ as a baby. My understanding is that he was born addicted to some illegal substances, and Charles's sister and brother-in-law were not. They're much older. Charles is the younger sibling. They were the older sibling, and Lori and Charles were much closer in age, and they felt like in a much better position. And from all accounts, JJ was welcomed into their family with open arms. Sorry, I'm getting a little choked up because according to Colby, the oldest, he was like, there were a lot of things that they were worried about in welcoming him into the family, but he was a blessing to everybody in that family. And he and Tylee were very tight. And there's even video of Tylee referring to JJ jokingly as her child. That these kids who were teenagers and older when this baby came, they were just so welcoming of this kid. And it sounded like that he really lit up their lives. And he was diagnosed with autism at a young age. I don't know what age. I mentioned that because he did at some point use a therapy dog that was returned to the place that the therapy dog came from. In September, the sister of Charles Vallow was unable to get in touch with people and started basically calling around to the police and in like Rexburg, Idaho. They, at that point in time, kind of gave the police the runaround, which I could go into a little bit, but shortly thereafter, within a couple of days, is when Lori and Chad Daybell then ran off to Hawaii. But there is, I believe that this is in October. But I have to run to the restroom really quick because I need a tinkle.
Okay.
I
will chat up the audience.
Okay. That's good. Thanks.
All right. All right, folks. Man, whoa. Okay, whoa, whoa. Oh, hey, it's just me. Okay. So, wow, this is heavy, man, and it's one of those things where it's just shocking that things can escalate and spiral to this degree, and for what, it's just terrible. Yeah, it's starting to get heavy. But I mean, that's the thing. Like, there's like there's as much as you can joke about like cults and things like that, there's some pretty terrible things, like, and it's varying levels, like the Manson sort of situation, Andrea Yates, yeah. Yeah, it's just levels of spiraling out of control. Yep. There we go.
They don't call me quick piss for nothing.
So how many murders are we at now?
Okay, so at this point, so Tylee and JJ, they don't know where Tylee and JJ are. The way, this is kind of backing up just a little bit, the way that the Vallow family was able to track down an address even for the Rexburg, Idaho police to go was they went on, now this is after Charles has died, they were able to get onto his Amazon account, and they saw that not he, but he'd been dead by then. There had been purchased on his Amazon account a malachite ring that had been delivered to Lori Vallow at this address in Rexburg. And the police show up and they run into Alex Cox and Chad Daybell. And they say, oh yeah, Lori's not home. She's over at this other, which, side note, Alex Cox, the brother of Lori, had married this other member of the group around the same time. And they were living in this other apartment in the same complex. Could have been a coincidence. I don't know. But they said, oh no, she's over at Zulema's, but we'll let her know that you're looking for her. Yeah, she might have thought that it would give her magical powers. There was some discussion, I remember at the time, where they were like, but malachite is poisonous. Did Tammy die from poisoning? Was it malachite? It's like, probably not. But yeah, it does. There are certain things about malachite and the symbolism, Rose, that yeah, is kind of interesting. Like she might have thought that the malachite gave her special powers. Yes. So she orders this ring that is sent, I believe, in September, or maybe early October, to her. It did have to be in September that they had sent, by September at least. And the Vallow family calls up the Rexburg police and they're like, we can't find our grandkids. Remember that they are biologically grandkids, even though legally a nephew. So they send police, they go and talk to Alex Cox. They say, they track Lori down at the neighbors, and she says, oh no, they're with my friend Melanie Gibb. Meanwhile, Chad Daybell is texting Melanie Gibb saying, the Rexburg, Idaho police are about to call you. Don't answer. So she doesn't answer. She calls them back and they're like, tell them that you took the kid to Frozen 2 or whatever, because I think Frozen 2 was showing in theaters at the time. She initially does actually do that. Well, what she does is she calls back the police and she's like, hey, the kids were with me. They're not with me anymore. Now they're back with the grandparents. And the police are like, that's interesting, because the grandparents are the ones who called us looking for this kid. They have not said that they have been returned. So this doesn't really make any sense. So meanwhile, they're like, okay, let's go back to the apartment in Rexburg where the malachite ring was shipped to, and bring it up with them. They show up and it's gone. They're gone. Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, gone. They find them later in Hawaii. That's the video that I was just showing. Meanwhile, in October, less than 3 weeks later, Tammy Daybell, Chad Daybell's wife, dies under mysterious circumstances. Could be malachite poisoning. Probably not though. Her body has since been exhumed. At the time, it was deemed natural causes, but there's been some question about that.
Dang, I knew about the 3. I didn't know. Oh my goodness, it just keeps adding.
Meanwhile, this started like years ago in these groups. Well, supposedly even like before Lori had met Chad, that Chad started having these visions that Tammy was going to die. And he was like, oh, initially thought it would be a car accident and all the stuff that like he has like known for years that she's going to die. And when he meets Lori, he's like, oh yeah, your husband's going to die. And then, you know.
Funny that.
Now, meanwhile, according to other witnesses, Melanie Gibb being one of them, the two of them were hooking up before their partners were even passed away. But within, was it July and October, both of their partners pass. And then 3 weeks later, they get married in Hawaii with that malachite ring that she bought on Amazon back in August or September, before Tammy even died. She bought her wedding ring to marry a man while that man was still married to another woman.
Yeah, it's planned, obviously.
Yeah. There's also, in and around this time, I believe it was in late September, there is a post by Tammy Daybell on Facebook where she says that she has this really weird experience outside of her house where somebody came up and pointed a paintball gun at her, and either it jammed or they didn't fire or whatever. But
is she sure it was a paintball gun?
That's the thing. Yeah. So she yells for her husband. Her husband, Chad Daybell, runs out into the back of the house. She's out front. As well as the guy with the paintball gun runs back out there, and supposedly he sees him run off.
That's bizarre.
Yeah. So, coincidence? Maybe. Or maybe the first attempt that they had, the gun jammed, or the guy lost his nerve, or whatever. We don't know. We do know that this vehicle that this guy was in happens to be the same make, model, and color as a vehicle that is owned by Alex Cox at this time. Do we know that it's Alex Cox? No, we don't. Around this time, according to Zulema, who is now Alex Cox's new wife, he has a sort of revelation at some point while they're sitting in bed. And he says aloud, sort of to himself in an offhanded manner, I think they're setting me up to be the fall guy. She says, the fall guy for what? And it sounds like at that point he realized that he had said it out loud and started to sort of talk that shit back. She never understood what he was supposed to be the fall guy for. But he also ends up dead.
Because he was trying to not be the fall guy. Probably.
In like 2020. Yeah. I don't know if it was in 2019 or 2020, but before they end up in court, he ends up dead as well. I think my understanding is that his body was like cremated, and so like they're not That's not one of the murders that they're being charged with. But at this point, I think we're up to like 5 people who have died that were all marked as being dark spirits before they disappeared.
Right. Well, when, psychologists say, studies have shown, psychologists say that all you need to do for the willingness of your average person, and by the way, I think all people are capable of killing. I do. I really do. But all you need is disgust. And as soon as you have that emotion, disgust, which is a very core emotion, and it's very, and it keeps us out of danger. Disgust can be good. There's things that are horrible in life that we should have disgust for. But if you just look at a human being in disgust, as soon as that disgust happens, it makes it easy to other them and dehumanize. And as soon as you dehumanize somebody, it's easier to pop up.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I was going to talk about. Yeah, here in a minute.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. I didn't even show you my slides before we went live. You're fine.
No, yeah, I didn't mean to jump ahead.
Yeah, no, I think I have 1 or 2 slides left, I think is all I have. So we're about there. But yeah, that's absolutely. And I think that is also something that kind of ties back to Jodi Hildebrandt and her sort of, it's easy to for instance, Jesse, who is the child of Jodi's sibling, they were tortured by Jodi. And it sounds like it was relatively easy for her to sort of other this child and say, well, this child is evil spirits. They are being overtaken by these evil spirits. And I do understand that is part of the Mormon doctrine, that there are, and this is kind of one of the things that I talk about on here, is that there is this sort of number 4, this concept of these evil spirits. And again, I am not LDS, but this is my understanding as a non-LDS member from hearing Matt Pig, hush. This is my understanding of the LDS doctrine on like spirits in general, is that in this sort of pre-mortal, not primordial, but pre-mortal state, where we make an agreement with the Holy Spirit, a covenant with God about, yes, you are an evil spirit soul, that like we make this agreement with God to go through these things and be good and to go through these hardships, and that's part of our existence on earth. And those spirits that are not deemed worthy enough to go through this are just like left like floating around, and even some of them on the celestial plane, on the plane that we live on. And those sorry, the chat, stop it. Those evil spirits that are on the earth can embody you. And this book, Visions of Glory, talks about, I don't know if this is doctrine, but this concept that you have to sort of give consent and invite good spirits to embody you. But evil spirits will just do it if you let them. Anytime that you like make a choice towards the dark, then you're inviting these evil spirits.
Yeah. So anytime, you speaking of that member, Mouth Peg, anytime you shake more than twice, you're inviting evil spirits in.
Yeah, and like you were saying, it invites people, justifies people to other these people who are possessed as evil spirits. Oh, that person has evil spirits in them. So, and I've kind of gotten this a little bit from the, oh, you've had an abortion, therefore you're possessed by evil, and it's like, I'm not even going to listen to what you're saying about women's rights, or another topic that has nothing to do with that, because you're an evil spirit. Like, you're possessed by it. I'm not.
Yeah,
And
and so like, how can you challenge it? First of all, like, one of the things that's really frustrating is anytime someone goes, "Well, God told me this, God told me that," how do you challenge that? I've
that,
I've been church boards. I've been in church boards where people do that. They're just like, "Well, God told me this." Well, how in the world are we going to argue with God?
right,
Like,
right. Yeah, you're exactly right. And that's another thing that Charles Vallow was talking about was there's this whole thing that I didn't get into where she starts referring to him as Ned Schneider. And she's saying that he's not Charles anymore, that he is embodied by this Ned Schneider, which is hilarious to me, but also it's fucking like seriously fucked
Ned,
up.
Ned, like Ned from Game of Thrones. He goes, "Whoop," like that guy,
I guess.
like
I don't
Stark.
don't
Ned,
know.
headless
Yes,
Ned,
Ned.
headless Nick.
Ned. Yeah. Which like there have been multiple people who are like, some other people she said Nick Schneider too, but I just heard Ned. But it's like all of the people are saying that their own personal account was Ned. I've not heard
So
anybody
how
say
come
she
these
told me Nick.
demons aren't like named Beelzebub or Hamanamana, like
I
whatever like demon names are supposed to be, and they're just named, "Hi, I'm Charles." I'm Kyle.
yeah, I don't know.
I cast thee out, Kyle. I cast thee out.
Jeffrey.
Do demons have a middle name? Jeffrey Edward Snoggenville.
Yeah. I don't know. But this is kind of what I feel like my main issues, because here's my take on this. I know, like I did put, I think in the title, I know I put in the thumbnail, is this book dangerous? And I don't know what you think, Spackle. Personally, my thoughts and feelings on any book being evil are like that a book is just words on a page. It's a book can't really be evil, but people can take concepts within that book and use them for evil.
I disagree. I think a book can be evil, but it's
Okay.
not like a supernatural embodiment of evil in the book. Oh, or you're suddenly possessed when you read these words. But like Mein Kampf is evil.
I was going to
I
ask you.
hate to Godwin's Law you, but I mean,
No. This is so this is a thing that I have like maybe a hot take on. I don't know if you remember, gosh, was it like 20 years ago, like the last time that we had like the whole debate on book banning in the US, and it's kind of like the table was turned the other way. And so I was like,
I'm not saying ban the books. I'm saying that some books are evil.
okay, so that was my thoughts at the time were like, if you have a copy of Mein Kampf, maybe like take it out of like your public collection, your main collection, put it in the private collection. I don't necessarily think that like we need to burn all copies of that. If a library has more than one copy of it, yeah, throw one of them in the bin. Like you don't need more than one. But like I feel like in some ways that should be preserved for people to heed as a warning, as well as this book. I don't think that people should be reading it for inspiration.
Right. Well, and that's the thing. I think what's important is to teach critical thinking, and that's
I agree.
difficult because people are acting like that's the devil now. Like you can't teach I mean, you think like it's like, oh, there's gay groomers, oh my gosh, and all that's going on now too. But like I've literally heard people speak against critical thinking being taught, like as if it's bad.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Mathpick makes a good point. This is one that I've heard a lot of, like lack of critical thinking. People bringing this shit up, and yeah, it's. I I understand that there are people of differing views on this. What I really hate is when people have an asinine parroting of somebody else's view that they haven't formed on their own. But yeah, Mathpig is blaming Stool. But yeah, we try to keep our critical thinking caps on here. But yeah, that's my personal opinion. You think, but this is why I invited you on those Spackle, is because you and I can disagree on things and like.
Yeah. Well, like what's interesting is, for me, I mean, I'm going to just put the Bible verse of not everything that's permissible is good. And so, or not everything that's okay in moderation is good in excess, right? These ideas. And so for me, religious people sometimes want, don't teach me, moderation and liberty. I want a shot of grape juice. That's a Derek Webb line, by the way. But like, I would rather just have a new law and a new rule than to ever exercise, like, I don't know, self-control or, anything like that. And so it's interesting because I'm getting distracted by Mathpig. Closing chat now. I lost my train of thought. You're muted though.
Oh, so let's see. Mathpig didn't hear me yelling at him either then.
It's fine.
I was just saying that like a lot of my issues with this, and I think all of my issues really, are rooted in people, what they take these concepts to mean, and not necessarily the words themselves are evil.
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I think there's irresponsible things that can come out of your mouth. And with that, I mean, you want to call good or evil, it's like, well, atheists probably don't believe in evil, like not in the religious sense, like spiritual sense, but something that's really bad and has bad effects. So, I mean, I think language does matter in some ways, but I also think adults should be able to read what they want and be critical about it. And so, like, I've seen and read some terrible things. It does not mean that I'm suddenly like, oh, well, this is a good idea, but I think that I think how things are approached is important. Like,
yeah. Another thing that you made me think of that was actually initially something that I was going to talk about early on, but I kind of had skipped over it, was like my interest in this case. And some of y'all know, I went through kind of a mental breakdown, like, what is it, like 2 years ago now? Still kind of crawling my way out of it, unfortunately. But this, I remember relatively early on, when it was after the information had come out that the children's bodies had been found, and that we did know that this indeed had led to loss of life, and probably more than 2 lives. But there is this moment that Lori Vallow talked about in her book club, where like there's that recording that kind of gets circulated around. I think Melanie Gibb was like, this lady be crazy, and started recording in a book club. It might have been somebody else that recorded, but somebody who secretly like recorded in one of these book clubs, like that we were talking about, her talking about this thing that had happened and the kind of the resulting situation, and her son talks about it as well in one of the documentaries that I watched. And it was interesting to hear sort of the context of this situation where Colby's dad, his bio dad, was really not great. There was like a bad situation there. There was his parents had separated. There was a lot of physical abuse. Lori had gone through a lot. This was like her first divorce and everything, so it was not really like sanctioned by the church to be divorced. But a lot of just like fighting tooth and nail to protect this kid of hers, and kind of gotten to a place at this point where, you know, fast forward a few years, they had struggled, but they'd finally gotten to this place where she felt like she was protected, and they were relying on then her new husband, and that she felt like she had protected him, and he told her about that he had been experiencing sexual abuse. And when he talks about it, he says that when he told her that, she almost just didn't respond, that she was completely calm, and that over the next few days to weeks that he had this sort of feeling of like walking on eggshells, that he was like worried that he had done something wrong, but he wasn't like told that he'd done something wrong, but there was this change that had sort of come over her. But she wasn't angry. She didn't have any like outburst or anything like that. And she talks about it as well in the book club. Were you going to say something, Spackle?
So I'm confused on who is experiencing abuse. I got a little bit lost. I'm so sorry.
Her oldest son at that point.
Son. And so once he said that, she got weird. And she this son's still alive, or is this one that's not?
Yes,
okay,
this is the one son that's still alive. Yeah.
So that's interesting. So what's interesting with family abuse dynamics is that a lot of parents that are the sideline, that aren't the chief abuser, and there's another abuser in the family, a lot of them make it about themselves. They go, oh, I failed as a parent. I you know, me. And I don't know what that is exactly, but it is kind of the root of denial. That didn't happen. Your uncle's a great, you know, like it's, yeah, I'm a good parent. I know what's going on.
I think that she so defined herself as this good mom at that point, that like she'd been through all of the shit and the divorce and all of that crap, but like she presented herself to the world as this good mom, and that's who she was. She was on Wheel of Fortune. I don't know if you know that.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and when he asks like, who is Lori, who are you, Lori? Very first thing she says is, I'm a mom to two beautiful children. I think it was the two at the time, but this is the very first thing that she says is, I'm a mom. And she talks about,
so her whole identity is getting affected.
And what is a day like for you? Oh, well, I'm a mom, so blah 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 blah.
Right.
Has to reiterate that she's a mom. She interesting also parallel between Ruby Franke and Lori Vallow. Both of them were involved in beauty pageants up into the Mrs. category, which for most people like who do beauty pageants, it usually kind of ends around like the young youth category. Both of them continue to compete up.
Can I just tell you that I think beauty pageants are a travesty, but that's a whole nother series.
Yeah, like that's, yeah, it's just an interesting parallel that I want to throw out there, because it's like there's some weird like is that a coincidence? Probably.
I think,
but
you know, all these people are talking about, oh, the I can't talk. Blah, blah, blah. The LGBTQ is full of groomers. Oh my God. And then all of a sudden, like, I'm looking at these beauty pageants going, what is this? What is this? Excuse me. You know, or gosh, father-daughter dances. Give my daughter away. Pledge your virginity to your dad.
Yes. Oh my God. It's so creepy. That's so creepy. Yes. Yeah.
I don't know. Pretty weird.
That was one thing, like when I got engaged to my ex-wife, who like my dad is a little bit transphobic, but my ex-wife was presenting as a man back then. Like my dad was like weirdly like made it a point in front of like extended family to like give his blessing. I was like,
wow,
thanks, we didn't need it. Like like
why you gotta be so rude?
But yeah, So yeah, interesting parallel that they were both involved in beauty pageants. And I do feel like it really was a core part of Lori's identity of who she was. And when she talks about this in her book club, she says her world broke at that moment, which I think you were the first person that I talked to when I went through that experience. And I think that is one of the phrases that I've used kind of since the beginning, is that my brain broke. Like, it broke my brain. And Lori experienced learning this information, which is very the trauma that I experienced was also the trauma of learning information about. It wasn't like seeing or witnessing; it was learning about it.
No, yeah, it's shocking when things like that happen, and you just crash.
Yes, and that was it for me. My relationship with this person was a core part of my identity as a person, as who I thought that I was. And for that almost sort of like core part of my structure to come crashing down, I had to rebuild myself. And I think that that is similar to what happened to Lori. She talks about that she, at that point, her world broke, and she ended up turning to the bishop in her church, and she was like, I am either going to kill this man, or I'm going to just surrender myself to the Lord. So, like, just tell me what to do. Because at that point, she could not process. And I think that part of her sort of rebuilding her core, her cousin handed her this book, unfortunately, in that same time.
Yeah, she's looking to rebuild. You know,
Yeah.
when I was a Baptist, we a popular book. I think it was called "Overcoming the Darkness," and it was written by Neil T. Anderson. And at the time, I felt like it was meaningful and helpful. But looking back, I go, "Ooh, I think that set me back quite a bit." And a lot of it is your identity isn't what you think. Your identity is only in Christ. This is how Christ views you, you know, and then it kind of breaks you and rebuilds you in the book. And then it goes on to express these affirmities like anxiety, depression. These are demonic things. Like, so, and that was a mainstream book. So like, you don't even have to get into the culty cults to find these sort of things. But I think it was influential in how I approached mental wellness, and I think it set me back quite a few years.
Yeah. It's interesting to me. One of the people that I was talking to about this does happen to be a licensed therapist, and that was one of the things that he was saying, is that like so much of this is the type of thing that can really set you back in therapy, um, and so much of it is like seemingly shame based, which can be really hard to overcome later. I think that's one of the things that they say about like weight loss is like the most effective way to like guarantee that somebody doesn't stick to their diet is to shame them.
I keep telling people, like, this idea of teaching people about consent and teaching responsible behavior in the bedroom, and teaching what's age appropriate, you know, kind of stuff. All that stuff is not the threat. What the threat is shame. And the reason why shame is so dreadful, being ashamed of your body, not using the right words for your body. As a kid, I remember not being able to say any atomical words. You know, everything, all I knew was I was supposed to be embarrassed of it. It's supposed to be private, and you're never supposed to talk about it. So, like, there was things like I couldn't talk about or ask questions about, or, you know, and so, like, what it does is it removes the language that you need to do anything, and it shames you just in general, normal stuff. And then if there's a situation that happens, then you're shamed on top of it. And so, like, it is enormously difficult to move on. And I think it's interesting that nobody's addressing this in the religious right at all. And I think it's pretty well established that it's a problem, but apparently not.
Yeah. Um, yeah.
I don't know.
It's that is yeah. I that is one of probably the very biggest reasons why when I was assaulted as a kid that I didn't talk about it right away, was that there was sort of the shame. Yeah, that it was like, I thought this guy was cute, and I had flirted with him, and I felt like that I was responsible in that, and um, I was a child. I was a child, and he was an adult, and that was not my fault, but that was probably till this day, I can't like say that with my full chest and believe it 100%.
Yeah, it fucks you up. But like,
Yeah.
imagine if you were in a situation where there was an openness of dialogue in a safe place. It would have been so different for you. And
And
same with me. It has been so different for me because I experienced some abuse too. And I think that if the dialogue had been different, it would have been easier for me to get the help I needed or to grow past it or something. And I completely agree. And these cults thrive on shame. They thrive on it, and there's a reason why the Quiverful movement, the fundamental Baptist, independent fundamental Baptist movement, all those things. There's a reason why abuse is running rampant, both physical, sexual, emotional. It's running rampant in those, and it's all shame.
Amish as well, unfortunately. That's
Yeah,
yeah.
they don't think it's abuse to rip out all of your kid's teeth and not treat your kid's teeth, and all of a sudden this kid's toothless at like 11 and 12, and they don't think that's abusive at all.
Um, I one thing that I heard about not that long ago was that because of the lack of education around reproduction in a lot of Amish cultures, in some cases they refer to pregnancy as the sickness, and they don't really even understand in some cases like how that's come about. And for like young girls who experience that abuse and become pregnant as a result of it, like they are expected to forgive that person who is a member of their very small insular
My
group.
God.
um and yeah, and in many cases a member of their family, that they are, and that is part of their doctrine, is that once they have repented, then you forgive and move on, and treat them as if it never happened.
I'm probably gonna get a little heavy, but I'm trying not to be too heavy, but because I'm trying to be careful in how I say things. I don't want to be triggering, and I don't want to trauma dump or anything like that. But I will say this, that I just use that phrase. I fucking hate that phrase. Actually, I think it's dumb.
You're fine. You're fine.
But I think that trying to decide how to say this in a way that is all right. I think that when I talked to my therapist, was interesting. What a visceral reaction I had to the word forgiveness, and it absolutely enraged me, which is weird coming from a Christian, right? You'd be like, but forgiveness in my life has always been weaponized in the ways
It
that you're
means that
describing.
you don't get to feel the things that you feel.
Right. And you always have to make headway for this other person. And I think forgiveness could be great in the sense of like, you don't owe me anything. I'm releasing this you owe me revenge kind of feeling. I think in that way it could be good. But in the ways that it's often used, it's, well, you have to forgive this person because he's an elder, or he's your dad, or he's, or mother. It could be mom, or whatever, Sunday school teacher, like whoever, because they're in some sort of position of authority. You're obligated to forgive, or look at the Duggars. Like, I'm sorry, like they started that nonsense. Like it's
I'll
disgusting.
forgive my sibling. Yeah, no.
Like
Um,
it's disgusting.
one thing that I have learned in the past 2 years, and I can assure you of this, you do not need to forgive the people who wronged you to move the fuck on. Like, you can just put a period and move on. You don't have to forgive people.
Right.
Trust me.
In if you mean forgive in the sense of let go, because like I tend to sometimes want this whole, well, eye for an eye kind of thing, you know, and I try to let go of the eye for an eye thing because I think it can be destructive for me.
I don't
But
think an eye for an eye is always wrong, but yeah, if I can avoid it,
right. But I think that self-defense is a little bit different. But like after things calm down, it's like, do you want to go in for rah, and I do think that like legal pursuits and stuff like that, that can be important. But if you feel like you need to release that need for you owe me kind of thing, and I can have that internally. For me, I felt it helpful to release that. But what I don't find helpful is now you invite this person who's harmed you into your life to just chill and do whatever they want. And well, guess what? It's going to happen again. So you got to forgive them again and again and again. And well, guess what? And that to me is disgusting.
yeah, that's you. Yeah, if you for yourself need to let go, by all means, let go. But I don't think that you need to let go of shit to move on with your life. Like,
I just think I pick my battles now. You know what I mean? Like there's some things I don't let go and there's some things I do now.
mhm.
But I'm not
Yeah.
telling you what to do or anything like that. It's just one of those words that's so loaded.
I mean, I feel like with my family member, I feel like I'm owed answers. Like there are questions that I have, and I feel like I deserve an answer. I feel like I'm owed answers. Will those lack of answers keep me from moving on with my life? Well, I sure as hell hope not.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, sometimes we want those answers for sure. I can see
Hmm.
that. We
Yeah,
want
and I think I
closure. I
deserve
think we
them.
want closure, whatever that closure is. I think that's what we're seeking.
Yeah, and however you can find it, find it. You know, it's not a one size fits all, and that's what I kind of have a problem with, is where it's like, oh, praying and forgiveness, and like that's always the answer. It's not.
Kumbaya.
Sometimes people will harm you in a way that is irreparable. It's unfortunate, but it
There's
happens.
somebody I had to cut out of my life this year, and it was really hard for me. And I will say that for me, um, I don't let go of people really easy. I'm not a very I clearly have abandonment issues, so I do not abandon other people. But sometimes you just have to leave. You have to be like, this is it, no more, for the good of
Yeah,
everybody,
yeah, yeah. And I think that it is good for us to have boundaries. You know,
Yeah.
we need to have boundaries. And I feel like in my past, not having boundaries has led me into those situations where I got involved in a 12-step group that was definitely a cult looking back, because I hadn't established those boundaries at a good place for myself. And when people did things that now I would be like, oh, that's crossing a boundary. It didn't send up an alert the way that it would now.
Yeah. I still am not the best at that. I sometimes find that I'm like in the thick of it and I'll go, "Oh, well I could have set up a boundary." Like it is a learning process, because if you have your whole life where you're bending your will to other people, You know,
I think especially us AFAB people who like grew up in that, where it is, we are basically conditioned to go along with it and to try and smooth things over. And like, that's kind of our place, is to just kind of smooth things out and keep things running smoothly. And like, that's your job. And it is not your
especially with,
question to argue.
and not all hashtag not all men, but we are also like, I agree with the complace, you know, keep things smooth and rolling. But there's also like this, I don't know. There's like a almost green light in effect where it's like the other direction. Like it's okay to bulldoze. So like your job's to smooth, and then the other person can just like, and that's fine too, because that's just how you are.
Yeah, and you just kind of let them, and that is kind of going back to like past relationships that I had, but like there's, you know, I've had to like work on shit like kind of all along the way, you know, for years and years. And that is a thing that I had to learn in a past relationship, was that like I had always sort of taken the back seat, and I needed to like learn how to be like assertive without being overbearing, if that makes sense, without losing my shit.
That's hard. So for me, sometimes when I'm assertive, I'm told, like when I try to push myself forward, I'm told I'm aggressive. And I'm like, I'm aggressive.
And that is another thing where it's like when you're AFAB, it's like people, well, and when you present feminine as well, I think probably
That I
the
don't have a
same as,
problem with.
but no, I think that like
As
I
a,
I I mean, I've always seen you as presenting feminine. I don't know if that's, I hope that's not offensive to you. I'm sorry.
no, it's not. I just have been always commented the other direction, so it's funny.
Oh, sorry.
No. I don't. I like that you said that, but what I'm trying to, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Enough.
Well, I guess my point is for like those of us who were like girls in a church setting, right? Who like wore our Sunday dresses to church. That like when you are assertive, it's, you're basically considered like you have to
The
be
B
like,
word.
yeah, that's, yeah. And I think that it is changing, but that is something that is a mindset that is going to take longer to change than just laws and capitalism, and it's going to take longer to catch up, I think, unfortunately.
Yeah, definitely.
I think it's kind of along the same lines of as women get, as they age, they kind of get old, whereas men, as they age, they kind of get more distinguished and
You're more
more,
desirable. You're devalued.
yeah.
You see that a lot. Like a lot of my algorithm is kind of messed to the right wing because I watch a lot of right wing things. Because again,
Same.
I'm one of those people being informed. And I watch like Pearl, and Tate, and all these other, like the podcast thing where they, the panel of men that are telling everybody that they're devalued, and and I think it's interesting because where they're assigning value, these arbitrary reasons, right? Usually men are valued because of money and position and power, and women are valued because of
Babies.
babies, yeah, or and the process of making them. And then as soon as you
Boob.
can't, or even a little before, oh well, what makes you want? You know, he can discard you. It's fine, but you know, if he discards you, it's your fault. You know, like it's very strange. It's a very strange movement to watch on YouTube and TikTok and all these other places.
I have a theory about Pearl. Just pearly things.
Do you ever notice she's laughing half of the time when she talks? It's weird.
I don't think that she believes the shit that she's saying.
Possibly. She always has this like kind of look on her face.
So I have looked into the history of just Pearly things. I forget what her actual name is. It's not Pearl, but um,
She comes
it's
from wealth. I've looked into it too.
ve- very, very wealthy family. Um, doesn't seem to have had these types of beliefs for quite a while in her past. But surprisingly, around the time that her family started to experience some economic issues, hey Simos, and also like may have just had some other issues in the family, but now her family doesn't speak to her. I don't know, but around that time is when she started espousing these beliefs and started sort of getting traction.
Interesting. One of the ladies that she was demeaning fired back and said, "Well, you're not a virgin. What's
She's
your
not.
value?" And she just smiles and she's like, like this, and kind of brushes it off. And it's because I think like if she does believe it, like that in theory, if she does believe what she's saying, she thinks it doesn't apply to her because of
She's
her
one of the
stature.
good ones.
Right. It doesn't apply to me because of my stature. So I already have value. You don't. But
I
it could be just a giant troll.
I I go back and forth
It's
because yeah,
that her smile when she's saying it. She knows she's gonna offend everybody, and she's like, "I don't think women should vote," and she's just like grinning while she says it, and you're just like,
like, do you really think that? Do you really think that? Like,
"Yeah, I
yeah,
don't know. It's a mystery."
yeah. There are reasons to believe that she is doesn't necessarily believe those things, but yeah, it's interesting.
But yeah, there's this interesting thing of assigning value on particularly sexuality, and it's obviously been culturally ingrained for years and years and years and years on this sort of thing. And so it was interesting how we tried to bat it down, during the revolution in the 60s, and how it's resurging back up again. And I'm like, you all want to go back to the Bronze Age? Like this is really what you want?
Yeah, apparently, I don't know. I don't think she does either. Simons doesn't think that
So
she means
basically, she's
this
godless
is the
girl.
fight. Could be. I have one more slide, and then I might bring some of you guys in as guests if you would like. I do have.
Oh, I have an idea of somebody that might be good. She's in the true crime if she's around.
Okay.
I'll send her a message.
I do not have premium on StreamYard right now, so I can only do up to 6. But
Save me
Amra,
a spot in case.
Simos, if you guys want to jump in here in a little bit, you are more than welcome. And yeah, we'll let's see. We'll finish out the like I said, this is the last slide I have. I think this is number 15. Is that right? Yeah. Um, so these were just kind of some things in the book that I just to me are troubling concepts that are like yep, watch out for this, right? So the first one is one that I feel like is one that Jodi Hildebrandt ran away with, is that everyone has a vice or an addiction, and that there's somehow the same thing, and that we're all sinners. And then a lot of that leads into the same sort of like all sins are the same sort of thinking, which that
No,
seems to
if you're gonna
be
choose to hatchet me, or say punch me in the nose, please. Like between the two, I would rather get popped.
the way that this was explained to me. This has been a while back, so I think I remember it, but people feel free to correct me. But the way that it was explained to me is that all sins are by virtue of whatever, some type of theft. So if I were to punch you in the nose, that would be a theft of the well-being of your nose.
My nose does
If
not
I
thank
were
you.
to kill you, that would be a theft of your life. If I were to steal from you, it would be a theft of that item. If I were to have an affair with your husband, that would be a theft of your spouse.
If you tell me a lie, you're stealing truth.
Yes, you have taken the truth from me. So I think, again, like I said, this is Jodi Hildebrandt sort of runs away with this, with like the whole like, oh, well, like you're all addicts, and so like you all need to be like treated to like the worst part of the 12 steps. Chad Daybell sort of takes this like, we're all sinners, we're all the same, it's all sins are the same, and kind of combines it with this like number 5, which is like the afterlife is justification for shit. And so like if I need to sin in order to complete part of God's plan, it's just like one sin in like the whole scheme of God's plan. So
A lot of times they won't use the word sin or darkness for that sort of thing too. Sometimes they'll say, what's the word they'll say? They'll say things like, not all suffering's bad. I induce suffering, but not all suffering's bad.
what was it that Jodi, it was an opportunity for enlightenment.
Right.
Yeah, this sort of like, yeah, like, oh, well, and also, if you are struggling with issues of homosexuality, being transgender, well,
Gay demons.
it's the gay demons that are causing you to sin because you're letting them in by doing other sins. And trust me, I overcome my sin of wanting to swear when I stub my toe, and I overcame that sin that I committed last Thursday when I took the Lord's name in vain, and therefore you can overcome this.
Right.
Which is like, it's not stubbing your toe and using swear words is not an integral part of your identity.
These views are not actual heterodox compared to most mainstream Christianity. I mean, most mainstream Christianity and Jewish religion, though I think sometimes the Jews are actually the kindest when it comes to this idea of sin. They're actually a little less.
Which Jews are you talking about?
It depends, right? But the Abrahamic religions all embrace some of this ideas, like, you know, this is just a blip in eternity. What really matters is eternity, and you just do right, and you know. But then every so often there's these weird justifications that slide in, like. I just, like, again, not all suffering's bad. Like, that was what somebody said in response to dying children on both sides in this latest conflict. Not all suffering. No, that's bad suffering. Like, what?
Well, I mean, if we even like look at like Leviticus, like already when we're getting our laws, like we're clarifying that there are, you know, you can break laws against man and you can break laws against God, and those are two separate things. And like, that's like, I feel like if you're gonna go with like the Holy Bible is your book, like it was pretty clear that like not all sins are the same.
Well, in Judaism, it's clear. In Christianity, not so much. So in Christianity, that's when you start to have these different doctrines on how it's viewed. And because there's grace, and sometimes people are like, greasy grace is the nickname for it, like, grace for everybody, do what you want. And then there's you know, like very hardcore, like, you know, sinless perfectionism, you know, I must not sin and I need to be sanctified, and there's all these sort of spectrums on it. But it's interesting because it's I was trying to get to a point and I lost it. I'm so sorry.
No, I think it's interesting because I think we've talked about like my religious background. I have one parent who was a Christian, another parent who was not as serious about religion. And
You
I
greasy gracer. No, I'm just kidding. I'm teasing. That's what
um,
people called me, Greasy Grace. I was like, really?
well, I found that like the Jews like do a pretty good job of like laying out like this is what we do and this
Oh,
is
Jews, Orthodox, and Catholic all do have a delineation between the severity of an issue.
yeah. And they
It's
have
the
like
evangelicals that are like, meh.
I don't know about y'all. Yeah.
All I've learned and like in practice, I know what it is in theology, but when practice in American evangelical land, in practice, the only things really that are really, really bad are murder, being gay, being trans, and maybe being a child, you know what. But even then, like they do their part to hide it just as much as the Catholic Church.
And if it was a girl and she was a teenager, she was probably asking for it.
She was a Lolita, is what Answers and Reason, I think, or not Answers and Reason, wrong one. Scratch that. I don't want to misspeak. Sorry, all these little
I
subgroups.
don't know who, but
Answers in Genesis, I think it is, with Fuzzrama.
um,
One of the guys, Kenneth, excused Smokey Saint for some nonsense. Well, not nonsense, for assaulting a 13-year-old. Excused it as she was Lolita and she was of reproductive age.
oh, okay.
And he's pretty mainstream. I mean, that's a very pretty well published internet influence on Christianity. So I think it's disturbing actually. It's really disturbing, but it's amazing what people will excuse.
Yeah. So to get through these really quick so we can bring people in if they want
Right?
to
Yeah.
come in. But I kind of talked about number 5 with number 1, just like the justifying that like the afterlife as like an excuse for shit that you like. I'm sorry, but like if you need an afterlife to like be a decent person, like you need professional help. Sorry. Like if you can't just like do good shit because it makes you feel good, then like you probably need professional help
It's
in general,
interesting. Yeah,
not
some
just
people
religion.
need that carrot on the stick, right? I remember one guy said, if it wasn't for this, I would be a murderer. And it's like, well, then I guess we're not going to ask you to leave your
Yeah, have your religion. If you need your religion, I'm just saying that if religion is the only thing keeping you from like being a freaking murderer, then like maybe you need some professional help too. Like you
Right.
probably do. Yeah, like
Right, because I can tell you that some people manage not to do that outside of your religion.
yeah. Thank you, Amros. Yeah, that's my feeling on it. Is like,
Oh, I
yeah,
agree. When I hear those kind of stories, I cringe and I go, "Ooh, what kind of person are you actually?"
yes, yes. So number 2 on here, only church-based professionals can help you. Traditional mental health professionals don't fix it. And that's like, he talks about this kind of at length in this book that like, oh, that there are these people who like just traditional mental health professionals don't help them and they just like need to turn to God. And I think it kind of harkens back to this whole like, oh, well, if prayer and the church didn't fix it, then the problem is you and you're just like filled with evil.
You're
And
sinful.
it's, yeah. And the fact of the matter is that like a lot of times the first mental health professional that you go to won't fix it. But they might start to help you assess the problem. And it might be the third or the fourth or the fifth mental health professional where you actually do start making progress. And that's just the nature of mental health professionals and the field of psychology and people to
And some
click
of
with
it's
different things.
your personal growth and what you're able to express. Some of it's your connection, and then sometimes it's this type of therapy. There's so many components on what works for you and finding what works for you.
Yes.
And people don't realize it. They go, well, it failed once, and I got this terrible person, and like, or we didn't jive. But yeah, Simos, um, Simos remembers these people. So everybody knows Reverend Channy. So when Rev was, before he was with Shani, he had been drinking a lot. And I was in a discussion with other Christians. And as Christians do, we ought to talk to him, kind of thing came up. I didn't start that conversation. Some others did. And unfortunately, some of them were very fundamental. And one of them was an independent Baptist who screamed at everybody. I said he needs professional help. He needs like a therapist or, help, to stop drinking. I remember I used to send him things all the time going, hey, you could check this out. And teacher of the Bible. And so I also remember, I'm teacher of the Bible. Fucking hillbilly. He goes, you don't need a psychologist. You don't need even a 12-step program. All you need is the Bible and to get on your knees. Get on your knees to the Lord. And he literally went on to a tirade about that and how he beat alcoholism himself because Jesus, and everybody else needs to too.
And like, this is my problem with like Dr. Bill and like the two guys who wrote the AA Big Book is like, that might have worked for you, and I'm glad that it worked for you. It's the fact that you go on to say, if you don't do it my way, then the only other options are jails, institutions, or death. Right? Like, that's not.
Right. God. I like how you just rattled it off. It's true though.
Oh, we're taught jails, institutions, and death. Like, those are our only other options. This or jails, institutions, and death. Yeah.
I could go on and on about how I believe that 12-step is a failure, but
yeah,
I have some anger issues there because I lost somebody. So fuck them.
I hate that. No, you did it yourself, not God, Jesus, or whatever. You yourself. I hate when people don't give themselves credit. Yeah, that's exactly like you worked your ass off to get past that. Like, yeah, that is part of it. I feel like with the 12 steps also is it's like any clean time that you have isn't your clean time. It's clean time for the group. Like the group is what accomplishes
higher
that.
Power, wherever your higher power is. Yeah.
Yeah, when you fail on your own. But when you achieve something, it was always part of the group.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
You get personal responsibility, but not, success.
I guess. Yeah. So number 3, if prayer or church-based, church-sanctioned professionals don't help, it's because you're supposed to suffer, and it's part of his plan.
Not all suffering's bad.
Yeah. And this he talks about, like I said, at length in this, like in this book, that he says, oh, well, that he was then explained to him by these celestial messengers that there's reasons why he's supposed to have this depression, and he agreed to this depression and this suffering, and that's why he's going through it, is because it's his fault and he chose this.
So I find some meaning in depression, and hear me out on this one. I feel like
where's my tinfoil hat? Okay.
Sometimes what I've been through helps me be empathetic to other people because I don't like to be in pain. So I try to take that negativity of pain and put it to a positive thing, if that makes sense. And so in that way, I think that I would rather not suffer. But since I have, maybe I can turn it into something that's more useful than more and more suffering.
Yeah. And I think that is really great of you. I don't think that is your responsibility by way of like God giving you this quest that like this your on your checklist of shit that you have to do in this RPG we call life. Like, you get what I'm saying? It's like right. And that's what it's presented as, this, oh well, like you agreed to this quest log, therefore you need to complete this task in order to make your way to the celestial kingdom. Number 4 on this is evil spirits. Just like the concept, I understand that the concept, like I said, of like these spirits that aren't attached to a body, that were not good enough to be granted a terrestrial body. I understand that that is part of the doctrine, but teaching that like somebody who does a thing that you don't agree with, or somebody who has a mental illness or is suffering from a disability, that they're possessed by an evil spirit, is just justification for treating them like shit and othering them. Like, it's not you. And they teach this to children. Like, that's the real problem that I have with it, is that they teach this to children. Like that guy who's babbling and saying stuff on the corner, who's a homeless man who, from my perspective as an adult person, is somebody who has been through hardships and is now doesn't have a place to live and is suffering from mental illness. Sorry, I didn't mean to use the term earlier. I know that's offensive to some people, and I apologize.
I use the term. It's my fault, and that I've influenced that.
But I, as an adult person, can recognize that this person is struggling with shit, right? But what we teach kids is to like look at what this teaches kids is to look at that and say, oh, well, that person's possessed by evil spirits, and obviously they deserve that, or it's part of their suffering that is part of their plan to salvation. And it's fucking ridiculous, and we shouldn't treat people like that.
Can you imagine? I was reading the story in the Bible where the guy comes in and he goes to Jesus. He says, my son, he's controlled by evil spirits. He's throwing himself into the fire and all this horrible things. And I keep going, like, I wonder what was actually wrong with him. He was probably mentally ill. I don't actually believe he was possessed by a demon.
Yeah, that's like, I understand that, like, that's, and I do believe in religious freedom. And I said this a million times. I 100% support people's rights to believe whatever kind of wackadoodle BS that they believe. And I'm not even going to say want to believe, because I don't feel like we necessarily choose our beliefs. Sometimes we do, but by and large, it's not necessarily a choice of what we believe. I 100% support people's rights to believe whatever the hell they believe. It's when your beliefs start affecting other people in a negative way that I'm going to like start getting upset about it.
Right. Because
start calling foul.
Not everything people believe is fact.
Right.
Not everything that people believe is shared.
And that, I think, is one of the fundamental issues that I have with Christianity and my Christian upbringing, is that I was indoctrinated to not understand the difference between believing and knowing something to be true. I
used to think it was interchangeable myself. I get that.
Yes. I was taught not to understand the difference. I also was taught to not understand the difference between self-care and selfishness.
Here. I've had that same experience.
Still have issues with today, because that line was never a clear line for me. It was never even defined as a blurry gray area. There just wasn't a line. Like, that's, yeah. And that's part of my fundamental issues that I have.
Yeah, I was taught that my feelings don't matter, and that's why you have such a overly feely person. Probably, I'm like, my feelings do matter, but my feelings don't matter, but my authority figures' feelings do matter. You don't want to hurt their feelings.
Yeah,
that's not weird.
An interesting concept. Yeah, and that's, I feel like, part of like what I feel like was so hypocritical about Jodi Hildebrandt and her like connection shit, was that it was very much like, oh, well, don't worry about like what your kids feel, like disregard their feelings.
They're just your property, pretty much.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm sending some invites.
Cool. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'm
Okay.
on antibiotics. What can I say? Too much
You're fine.
information? Yes.
You're fine. You are perfectly fine. I have, let's see, some more. I was going to pull up some clips from some excerpts from the book that I have saved. These are Hidden True Crime is the ones who got this and saved it. Oh goodness. I'm gonna die real quick. Pollen has been getting me all day. I apologize. Let me see if I can switch this over. Sorry about that. Right back to the beginning. Oof. My allergies are just really getting to me. And it just happens to be while Spackle's away. Ooh. So this one is the one that I'm actually going to take off. Hello, Samos. Let me add you in here. Hey, hey.
Hey, hey.
How are you?
I'm okay, thank you. Okay, so can I just say a few things and give you time to recover?
Absolutely. Go for it.
Okay, thank you. So it's what I dislike the most. This thing is a form of religious manipulation, and it's basically a dictate from authority without actually being an authority, which is what really pisses me off. And it's not just that. And this is the most egregious version of it, where if someone is possessed or something like that, they've got to exorcise the demons, right? And those demons can be in form of any kind of behavior. And this is where that control thing really, really comes into play, because some people, especially, go through times in their life. I mean, I think everybody does at some point. Go through times in their life where they're looking for some kind of guidance beyond what they've had, because they've come to some kind of crisis, anxiety crisis in their lives. I think midlife crisis is a good example. And so they're definitely, it's just taking advantage of people's good nature half the time. And that really annoys me. But it isn't just on these stories of near-death experiences and therefore I have something which you need. Right? It's not just that. It's a lot further down the line. It's it's that, look, you've moved into this neighborhood, and if you want to be part of the in crowd or the clique or the neighborhood society, whichever it is, right, then you will be part of this particular church, because that's the community, right? And that word gets thrown about so much. And even that is a manipulation, right? Because they're not offering it as free. They're not saying, oh, look, we all meet up at such and such a place on a Friday night. Come over. There's no thing. No. You have to go to the church for several weeks. You have to look like you're a diligent member. You have to be committed to towing the line, whatever line it is, right? Cult. Yes, it's a cult line, even if it's just a local church or Christianity.
It's that high demand, high control.
Yeah, exactly. That's the beginning of the control. And people just do not see it. And it's the first thing I noticed when being my mum trying to persuade me to be a Christian, right? Having already said to her that I was no way was I ever going to believe in God. She, but look at all the people that are there. And fair enough, I did. I looked at the people there, and there was a girl there I liked. So I thought, yeah, okay. And as soon as I went out with her, I never went back to the church again. And neither did she. So that worked out well.
Oh, okay. I was wondering what kind of correlation there was.
I think I was 13, But the funny thing is my mum paid for a date, and so I took her to a Royal Institution lecture, which is like the Royal Society science. Okay, not the most romantic thing ever, but I thought it was weird that I, in hindsight, chose this like totally scientific kind of date as opposed to going, look, let's not get indoctrinated with that all bullshit. I'm not going to take you to like a mass or something like that, you know what I mean, or a Christian church dance or something, you know.
It's an interesting way to try and swoon a lady.
Yeah, well, as it turns out, I mean, we kind of went out for a short while, but we became best friends after because we both realized that we didn't want to go out with each other.
Right on.
Yeah, she was just going
Similar.
out because, you know, I had a friend that she liked. And of course, I worked out I was just going out because, you know, that's what first attracted me to the church. And I wanted to get out of the church. So going out with her was a good way to stop going. But that's what
Fair
I
enough.
kind of mean. You know, like I recognized that going there, I wasn't accepted just because I walked through the door. What started getting me accepted is the fact that I looked like I was kneeling down, saying the prayers, singing the hymns, participating, you know.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
that's where they get you. That's where they get you. You participate. And you think it's innocent, but it's not. Anyway, that's my little rant. Now, hopefully you've recovered a little bit. And hello, Omaros, as well.
Hi, I'm Rose. Yeah.
Hello.
I do think it's interesting that you talk about participation because that is one of the things that they talked about in some of the members of these book clubs is that like the longer that these book clubs would go on, like the more and more members would start remembering these near-death experiences that they'd had years before that were, oh, like it just so happens that like mine corroborates yours and that, yeah.
I just want to say a couple things. First of all, I feel your
Yes.
pain with the allergies because as soon as October hits, it hits me hard.
Yeah.
So I'm on antihistamines all day long, all night long. And
too,
Spackle,
I've been
I hope you have some probiotics that will help.
Oh God, I'm trying. I'll talk to you later about this. This is
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah. And good to see you, Silas. And it's so funny, like the whole community thing. Like you see that everywhere. It's not just in these religious groups. It's not just in the churches. You see it at work. You see it in different neighborhood things. It's just a human experience, really.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that there are certain things where, like, we as humans sort of evolved in these relatively small social groups compared to our social groups nowadays. And I think sometimes that these sort of experiences where people have like a mental breakdown, like Lori did and stuff, is a lot of times it is sort of like associated with this social like definition of ourselves and like how we define ourselves in our relationships with other people. And I don't know if like our brains have caught up in evolution to like where we've gotten as a society and all of our like weird interpersonal relationships and things that people can have. I don't know.
No, I think it's just the way it is. It just keeps cycling over and over again. It's just the way we're made, I guess. I mean, you look at like other animals, they have their own little communities. And they don't mess around with other communities. They're like, no, you don't belong here. Go away.
Yeah.
So
I think, what was it? There was a study done a few years back where they like studied different like groups of primates and stuff. And there was like, what's the like stress hormone that they find in people who are like highly depressed and have bad anxiety? They found that like these
Cortisol.
that's what I was like, is it cortisol? I didn't want to say the wrong one.
I think
But
it's cortisol,
like
yeah.
they like tested like the cortisol level of like these different groups of primates, and they found that like the ones that had like the least environmental stressors had actually like the higher levels of this stress hormone. And they found that like the hypothesis was that it was like these that they end up having these sort of like interpersonal stressors, and that like
There's
sort
more
of get
downtime to interact.
Yeah, and more time to like think about shit and like kind of read into other people's intentions for things and maybe read into it wrong and misunderstandings and that sort of thing, that there's
I
more
saw you eyeballing my fruit. Don't you think about it?
that kind of thing. Yeah. Which is interesting.
Except for bonobos. Love the one you're with. And
I love
dolphins.
how
Dolphins are horrible.
like gorilla dads like play with their kids and
It
piss
is
off the
cute.
moms. It's hilarious. Cause I'm like
How-
dads do that. Like they'll be like rough
How
with the
much like
kids. They're
us.
throwing them in the air, and, like the mom's having a heart attack. You know? Like
But we're
they're
not
just
apes,
like
folks.
us.
We're not apes.
Kind of. But do they accuse each other of being possessed with evil spirits? That's what I want to know.
No, because they're too smart for that.
Maybe. I did find, I have the video of the, this is just a clip of where he talks about these like spirits that he saw, which if you guys are interested.
Does he see him within the person, or is it in his vision? Does he like look at like, oh gosh, I'm looking at Simos here, and all I see is Satan's lieutenant?
So I do remember the one passage that somebody read talking about that, and this, because it was very disturbing to me, as he was a child psychologist who worked with children who were victims of a certain type of crime. And he said that he could look at a room full of children and tell which one of them had that type of crime perpetrated against them. Just
What
by
is that supposed to mean? Like that they now are tortured by evil spirit? Like they're bad now because they've been victimized?
Could be. Yeah.
I have a lot of questions. That guy, oof.
Yeah. Well, and that's that it's, oh, well, they're somewhat inhabited by this, but if their spirit is light enough, then it'll be light enough to fight them off. And like
Wow.
this. Yeah. So this is where he's talking about these spirits that supposedly.
There were also evil spirits in the room. They were there to tempt mortals, disrupt the work of the angels,
Across
and
the
to cause
veil.
any harm they could. These spirits had no light about them at all, but seemed to emanate darkness. These evil spirits were not readable to me. I knew some things about them, but not their identity or history. They gave me a bad feeling even to look at them. They seemed to be able to change their shape to morph into some other shape if they desired. I realized that a spirit who has never been mortal has no definite spiritual shape. I saw some of these evil spirits appear as a child, others as a man in a business suit or a beautiful young woman. It became evident to me that the unborn spirits could choose their shape, just as Satan did in the Garden of Eden by appearing in the shape of a snake. This was the first time I realized that spirits, who never receive a physical body, had the ability to appear any way they chose. They could take on the appearance of a living individual if it helped them to deceive or to fulfill. There were also evil spirits in the room.
I have a question.
I have questions too.
If they're just emanating dark, like no light, how do you know what they look like?
He does talk about in another.
Do they reflect light?
So in a lot of cases, he says that he just is made to know these things, that he doesn't necessarily see it, hear it. He just knows it. Yeah.
So another question there: does he actually, or did he ever say that he saw them change shape?
Not that I'm aware of.
I'm guessing not.
I haven't seen the entire. He does go on to say in that part, it cuts off because it would only let me save a 60-second clip. But he does go on to say that they can be your, like, people that you know who've passed on, that they can appear that way.
Sure. No, they can appear in any shape. It's just the question is if they can change shape. Have you ever seen them changing shape? Not do you think that person is a demon, which is a different question completely.
So
and of course,
yeah,
it's That would be being a skeptic. So
So the way that like traditional like thought of demon possession works is this idea that this spirit being that has no body can inhibit a body, or inhibit, that's not the word, inhabit a body. And so they can climb into the pig, or they can climb into a human, or they can climb, and it has to climb in. But what he's describing is different. He says that they have no body, so they shift into a body. But then also, some of the things we read is that some people, when they have too much dark, become dead, and they're not actually them anymore. Like they're just like a zombie. So which is it, or is it both?
It's both. So my understanding is that there are these dark spirits which were not, so you have to be like on the light side to be able to make a covenant with the Holy Spirit and be given a body to inhabit as yourself. And then there are these dark spirits that aren't, they're just in the celestial kingdom, they're just kind of floating around without inhabiting a body. And yeah, and they can come down and visit Earth in the celestial kingdom, and still in many cases are just sort of like floating around, like they're kind of just like, if you see like an adult bookstore, they're just like floating around. Sorry, I'm getting a little silly, but this is really like what he's saying. And that in making the decision to give a second look at that adult bookstore as you're driving by, you are opening up an opportunity for one of those evil spirits to then come inside of you. Now, they at that point are just like inhabiting you, they're not possessing your spirit. But in inhabiting you, they enjoy feeling these like sensations as like part of you. So they will then encourage you to like further commit these sins that are like pleasurable sins, right? So like masturbation or like that type of thing, that they will kind of encourage you to do that. And if you keep allowing them to come into you and encourage you and sort of let them take over, that eventually your soul basically like loses it, like atrophies, and you no longer can command yourself, that it is just this evil spirit or these evil spirits commanding your body. Like
demon of fapping, I cast thee out.
No flicking the bean.
Yeah. That's
oh God.
Okay, that got me. That one got me.
And that is one thing that is really weird. That okay, so there is a therapist who was associated with Jodi Hildebrandt's like whole group, and she ended up getting like basically blacklisted because she had basically in her practice made the assertion, which is like what I believe that the field of psychology is generally agreed upon, is that while it may be a religious issue for you to like be masturbating, if it's not like excessive and not interfering with your life, it's not necessarily a mental health issue. And because of that, she was blacklisted as a part of this like LDS therapist recommendations that they.
That's crazy. I know somebody personally who believed they could see demons walking around. They claimed that like when their first child was a baby, that there is a demon in their apartment, and they couldn't get rid of it because they didn't own it. Like you have to own the house or whatever, and you can, bless your house, and no demons can enter. Okay. So, like that movie Frailty, that's why I like that. I love that movie because it reminds me of this person, right?
Frailty wigs me out because Bill Paxton reminds me of my dad, and he was a psycho.
Oh God.
It really does.
It was funny because like when she told me about this, I was just like, what? Like I was staying over at her house, and like she knew I'm an atheist, so I'm just like, what, like, do I have like demons that hang around me and they just like hang outside the door and wait for me to come out and have a cigarette? Like, what?
Oh, if you have
That's why you're
cigarettes?
smoking.
Oh yeah,
That's
you're an addict.
hilarious.
Rose, didn't you know that
Oh, I
you
know.
are an
Yeah.
addict and you are basically on par with like a serial killer?
Oh, yeah. The vices will kill, you know, the vices have
Uh,
destroyed my soul.
Yeah.
G-Men always used to say shit like that, didn't they? Oh,
Oh,
atheists are worse than, murderers or whatever else,
he just make
Yeah.
up this shit. Like
Yeah.
telling a lie is the worst thing you could possibly do. And he said that. I remember he told me. He legit told me being bisexual is worse than being a child.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I know that's what I was referring to as well.
Yeah.
But like, it is amazing how, like, that's where their mind goes. Just straight away. They as soon as they go, oh well, no, I need to blame you with something. Okay, what's the worst thing I can think of?
And that's so there was an interesting point that was brought up in regard to Tim Ballard, who I didn't even like talk about how he is also associated with and also like doing conferences with Tom Harrison and all those guys. But he is the Sound of Freedom guy who like supposedly was like helping all of these like supposedly trafficked people, but like what's coming out is that like some of them like maybe weren't necessary. It's kind of weird and messed up.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, so I forgot what I was talking about, but he's also like associated with all of this shit and tied into that. And yeah, I don't remember what I was saying, but I could run it back, I guess. But
Also how unfalsifiable it is. That's the thing that really kind of like gets my back up, I guess. I don't know. But like, it's a scam when they put it out of reach. I'm the only one that can do this. This is special. You're not special. That's what gives me the authority. That's why you can be manipulated. And you're being manipulated by, I'm manipulating you to tell you you're being manipulated by something bad, but I'm not going to tell you what it is. I mean, it's that straightforward when you to pull it apart,
And then
yeah,
anything you disagree with that person because they're a prophet or they're enlightened or whatever, then that means that you are speaking for the devil or the demons or for darkness.
Yeah, you can't win.
yeah, that's absolutely like I've run into that so many times where it's like, oh, they're not even gonna like hear what you have to say because
The
you're the devil.
charismatics and some of the Baptists like use the word Jezebel spirit.
Oh,
Anytime,
Yeah.
particularly women who have any questions about any belief or anything that they decided is the norm or the way, that you are just a Jezebel spirit.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Which Jezebel was hurled out the window and eaten by dogs.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. Fun time had by all.
It was funny.
Oh, I didn't
I've
remember this.
seen videos of people screaming, Jezebel spirit, Jezebel spirit. You're like, are you too?
I did remember the thing that I forgot that I was remembering that people were discussing about Tim Ballard, which is in somewhat relation to this. So their question was if being exposed to that type of thing when he was like supposedly investigating all of these sex crimes and whatnot, if that was kind of like loosened his inhibitions around it, to where it kind of numbed him to those types of situations, and would he have been a perpetrator of those types of crimes had he not been sort of exposed to this already? Like guys who are out there calling young girls Jezebels are so very often the ones who are also out there and like doing you know what. And it's like, is it like the cart and the horse? Which one? You know what I mean?
Yeah, probably because then you get this sense about you. Oh, I can fix you. You're a Jezebel. I can fix you.
Well,
Oh, that's when it gets dark.
I think it's a bit more manipulative than that, actually. It's that I'm looking for a Jezebel, and if you don't deny it hard enough, then you are one. So then I know you are, and I can take advantage of that.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah.
So I think that's
Well,
the kind of.
but like, say so. Spackle brought him up earlier, but for instance, the Duggar kid, who is no longer a kid, he was a man who is in prison now. He was taught as a young boy. I remember the code word was Nike. That all of the boys, they would call out Nike, and all of the boys were to look at their shoes because they were Nikes or Nikes, as you call them on the other side of the pond.
There's some skin.
I'm
on the feet of
sorry.
Nike.
So if I'm wondering if his parents hadn't like hit so hard about like, oh, anytime that there's someone who's so much as showing a shoulder, you need to like look down at your shoes and not look upon them in lust. Would that ball ever have started rolling, and would it have gained as much snow on the way down the hill
I think
without that?
I think modesty culture and purity culture puts a lot of the onus on women, because men just can't help themselves physically, and so that's why they're saying look down at your shoes, because they have an inability to like control or filter themselves out. So because they make room for that inability, so to speak. I'm not saying it's true. And then the women though, if it happens to them, well, did you show a shoulder? Were you dressed appropriately? Did you wear underwear? Did you, is your skirt a little too short? All these things on women. I mean, look at, I'm going to get blasted for this, but I'm very Islam critical. And I think I'm also Christian critical. So, but look at like the need to cover up women.
Yeah.
Look at that need.
And it doesn't stop
Hey,
the bad behavior of the
No.
bad actors.
It doesn't, because
that's what I was just gonna say.
Yep.
Those types of crimes are oftentimes more prevalent in those types of societies. And again, it's like what part of it, it's all part of a larger, it's all pieces in the larger puzzle. So how much of it is attributed to that? How much of it is attributed to oftentimes this sort of like modesty purity culture is accompanied by lack of education about reproduction, lack of education about consent, those types of things. Chicken and the egg.
I'm gonna really
Totally.
dunk on Mormons and Islam for a minute. Their afterlife is a man whore. Both of them. In Mormonism, I know that's officially the stance of the Mormon Church, that it's not a polygamous situation officially, but it used to be. And even if he gets resealed to another wife, right, or whatever, she dies, resealed, he can have like a harem. He really could rack up the wives. And I think it's interesting that both in Islam and Mormonism, it's live this really chaste, controlled life. Must do this. Run away. And then as soon as eternity hits, they're like, what?
Countless pussy.
What is this? And Islam's the worst for it. But like, and tell me that doesn't objectify women like to the max.
We rule everything. They know it. Anyway, I was going to say one thing about the Nike thing. I don't think they thought this through, because when you look down, what's before your shoes? Your crotch area. So you're reminding boys, hey, your crotch is right there too, and there's a pretty girl over there.
And then if they get even more hard, they're gay. Like, you know, like Jesus.
I don't know why you're sniggering, ladies. I didn't snigger when someone said flick the bean, did I?
But that there is sort of an internal stress and shame about your own body, and I bet you, looking at Nikes, I bet one of them went, "Oh,
Yeah, no, look, there were good reasons, right, why these traditions were around, right, in ancient days when people lived short and difficult lives, and lots of women died during childbirth, right, because human race was, let's face it, barbaric, especially in those areas, right, which were very unsanitary, like in deserts and in the Middle East in general.
I have a question about that.
Are you saying that they needed spares?"
No, it's just that you know the idea of multiple wives became almost a necessity. Like men going to war, right? If there was a big war, then there were a lot of women around, so there were very few.
Is
men
that the piece that I'm
needed.
missing? Because
What?
I'm like, what about all like the dudes who don't get like all the ladies?
Right.
Do they die, I guess, in war or
Yeah.
whatever? Is that okay?
Well, through these crises, that's why these things come up, right?
Okay.
You know, a lot of women die in childbirth, so you know that leaves a lot of men around, admittedly. But of course, if they can't supply you know, a home, a house, etc., then they're not going to get women. And that's always been the way. If the men that can't provide don't get, right?
People
So
forget how much procreation obsessed some of these Abrahamic religions are. Let's talk about Catholicism. They are procreation obsessed. You are not
yeah,
allowed to masturbate. You are not allowed to pull out. You're not allowed for condoms. You're not allowed for the pill. You're not allowed for any purposeful contraception, because they say the purpose for relations is not for bonding or anything like that. The purpose is to procreate. And if you take the procreation part out, they say it's a sin. And that's within marriage.
But they also
they
support the
do.
rhythm method. So
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Yeah, they do
Do
support
they?
that. Yeah.
They say if you must, you can do that. But we know
But
that
like,
doesn't usually
But they
work
have
either.
no, they have lightened up on that stuff in the past decades.
No. Your average Catholic has, the priests have not.
Mm.
Well, I
didn't
wouldn't know. I
John
haven't been
Paul
to church in over
II
20
say the
years.
pill looks okay?
What's that?
John Paul
Yeah.
II is a heretic. Don't
No,
listen.
the pill is only okay if you have endometriosis or something like that. That's
Oh,
the
is that
only
what he
reason.
said?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
I was just
Yeah.
saying, you know,
No,
look.
but like it's
Talk amongst
obsession,
yourselves. I have
and
FP
I mean
again.
the whole Old Testament is about this tribe and populating the tribe and populating the nation of Israel. It's an obsession about carrying the lineage. Islam has that same obsession. Talk to them. Talk to your average like person that's actually following Islam. They want to populate the earth with other
100%.
Muslims.
There's also the story where one of Muhammad's cousins died in war. He sent him off to war, and he died. And so, as a respect to the cousin that died, he took his wife. There you go.
You gotta wonder if they figured out having somewhere along the line somebody figured out having multiple wives isn't a good thing because you have a higher chance of inbreeding with the descendants.
I don't think that was considered.
Yeah,
I see
I
what
don't
you're
even
because
think
I
they
mean
saying.
you
knew
gotta
about that.
wonder
But
how
then
much inbreeding was there.
You talking
Well-
about the step sisters falling for each other and stuff like that sort of thing. I mean, that's why Muhammad said that you're not supposed to adopt.
Wow.
He was anti-adoption because of the attraction factor.
Yeah, but I mean if you there's
Well,
lots of cousins happening. Lots of
there
cousins.
wasn't it Lot, was it Lot who slept with his daughters?
His daughters were worried, like, we're
Mm-hmm.
getting old, we're unmarried, and we're not pregnant, and we really want to get pregnant, and they got him drunk and took advantage of him, as the
Yeah.
story goes.
So it's in the Bible. It must be all right.
Oh, it was never like anything with Lot isn't really celebrated. Actually, Lot's considered a very problematic person.
Okay. Well, I'm not surprised. Let me just
Yeah.
say that.
Yeah, he was considered like the best in Sodom and Gomorrah, and he was still awful.
Okay.
I've heard this, Bunny, that if you're like, I've heard people say this because it's like, I think there's not that many people watching. Y'all probably know that I've had an abortion before, and like at the time I couldn't have kids, and like that was that I was married. I actually that might have been before we were married, but besides the point, in my opinion. But yeah, I had like multiple people sort of like say to me, like, well, like you and your spouse shouldn't have been having sex then. Oh, okay.
Weird take, huh? Oh, it's interesting because it just negates the whole like purpose of relations outside of procreation. I know that procreation is part of it, but there's bonding. Bonding is a very good thing for couples. Like, it's proven that the more you do that, you're supposed to be more bonded.
I've heard that term before, and I didn't make a memory if that's what it. That's what it was.
It's like oxytocin at work, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, skin
That's
to
why
skin
I-
contact with children is important. Like, and by that I mean, I should probably like really be careful what I'm saying. When a child is born, a newborn baby, and they go, "Oh, newborn baby," the first thing they do is they put it on mom's chest. Not because like, "Oh, newborn baby, mom, aren't you so excited?" But that, like, they are realizing now that skin to skin contact is so important for bonding for both the mom and child, like that it actually has a chemical effect. And same with relations. I have sex on a pedestal. Everybody like points out that I'm kind of a little fuddy-duddy in some ways, but I do think that it's important to choose your partners wisely in that way. But I think that there's like a healthy effects, and it's interesting that they're stripping it down to just procreation. I just think that's odd.
Yeah, I think my opinion is like so long as like it's between consenting adults who are like on the same plane of like understanding and respect, then like y'all do what you want to do. Like and be safe about it. Like it's 2023, so like there are ways to be safe and protect yourself. So
Agreed.
don't be stupid.
I agree, and so does Mr. Hand agree. Yeah, hello, Mr. Hand. You agree? Yes.
Oh, you killing me.
La, 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 la.
You use gloves, don't you?
So you guys want to hear Spencer talk about this near death experience? He refers to it as his first near death experience, but then he also says that he was born dead. So
He was born dead.
Yes, you missed that part.
Yeah.
Dead inside? Yes, definitely.
Yeah, I can believe that.
He said, I first I thought it was just this lady who was running the book club who was saying that. I was just like, lady, you're weird. And then at one point I like heard somebody quote from it, and he literally does say that he was born dead, like born dead. And it's
Yeah,
like,
I think. Did it take a doctor's slap to get him alive? Is that what we're getting to? Is it?
Oh, and apparently he was wrapped up in newspaper and cast off on the sideboard.
Oh,
and
okay.
Came to life.
Okay, well, at least he had something to read.
Then he just had this sort of thinness in the veil between life and death that just sort of followed him around. And when he was a kid, that he just had like friends that he didn't even realize. He didn't even realize that he was seeing dead people, right? He sees dead people. He doesn't even know that they're dead.
Perhaps it was a mirror and he was anemic.
So he's at the hospital and he's having some type of, I don't remember if it was an MRI or a CT scan or whatever, but they inject him with some type of like contrast dye or something. And this is what happens.
The nurse tried to find a pulse and couldn't. She swore and shouted back at the control room, "I'm losing him. I'm losing him." A male technician rushed into the room. Immediately,
This is just after, sorry, cut off the first part where she said, let me know if you're feeling any adverse effects from this. And he doesn't apparently even have a chance to respond. That it's just like that.
people assembled to try to revive me. A doctor I had not seen before ran into the room, and for some reason, I immediately knew that he was having an affair with the nurse who started the IV. It came as a complete surprise to me that I knew this. I found my mind full of new information that was coming at me more from my heart than from my usual senses. I also knew that this nurse was recently divorced. I knew how much she valued and also feared this relationship with the doctor who was now working beside her to save me. I knew how hard she struggled to be good at her profession and still to be a good mom to her 2 sons at home. I knew she had terrible financial problems. I knew everything about her, actually every detail of her life, and every decision, fear, hope, and action that had created her life.
Yeah, that's Brandon's. But
Wait. I would love to hear him say why she got divorced.
Well, I'd also like to say her name and where she lived.
Yeah.
This is the thing. This is the part where I was like, I kept waiting for him to say, like, and then later on, this was verified to me when she, like, I got this piece of information confirmed, but no, none of that ever happens. And even if it was, because the first time I heard this, I was like, okay, I do believe that there are like sort of, Simos, you and I have talked about this, how like there have been people throughout kind of history that like have been sort of like clairvoyant, or at least believed that they were clairvoyant, and other people believed that they were clairvoyant. Now, I personally think that it is the amount of it, they couldn't all be shaman. Maybe they could, but I personally believe that like that some of them actually believe this shit, right? And I think that sometimes people are able to like sort of pick up on clues that are not necessarily like obvious to other people. And they may not even realize how their brain is organizing that information. They're just getting like sort of the feed out, and they just happen to know this thing. They couldn't even tell you how they know. There have been things as an autistic person where like I have been saying like in conversation where I'll say, oh yeah, well, obviously blah, blah, blah. And like the person that I'm talking to is like, how did you know that? And I can't explain to you how I know that. I just do, because I picked up on shit, you know? And I think that can happen. However, there's never any confirmation that any of this information is correct. Like, just be pulled out of his ass.
Absolutely.
Anywhere.
Again, it's got to be unfalsifiable. That's the key point about it.
Yeah.
I liked what Christopher Hitchens said about NDAs, right? And he was talking, he was going, well, of course, it's just, it's like the story of the guy that was on an operating table and floated up and above his body, and then out the window, right? Flew around the other side of the hospital and noticed on a windowsill that there was a tennis shoe, and then came back. And after the operation, a nurse went and looked at that window, outside that window, and found the tennis shoe. Isn't that just amazing, right? Well, you don't know who the fucking nurse is, number one. You don't know which hospital it is, number two. And Christopher Hitchens turned around and said, I would only be more surprised if the nurse then went downstairs and found the other tennis shoe. It's like, there you go. Not even that.
Yeah.
Not even that.
Yeah, it's like, there's no way to verify this information. Well, there would be if you would give us more information, but you don't give us enough information to verify it.
Like they have done experiments on this, haven't they, right? So they've done the thing where they write a number on the top of a thingy, and then if people are doing it, they can tell you what the number is, but nobody ever has, There's a surprise,
Yeah.
So,
There
but
was one, I remember that it was a scrolling screen, and there seemed to be like maybe some evidence of, because it was like for a while they just had like everywhere in the hospital, but then it was shown to be like that there maybe was a chance that you could like see the reflection of it in certain
oh right,
and it was like, maybe, you know.
yeah, you know. But I mean, again, I would like. I mean, I've had several near-death experiences, right? And every single one has been drugs. It's just been the drugs they've given me in order to stop me from dying. And
They
I'm
gave
like, oh, there you
drugs,
go.
yes. They
Like,
gave me some drugs.
yeah, I woke up after an operation once and I looked at this window. Oh, I didn't know it was a window. I looked at a picture on the wall and I thought, oh, that's an amazing picture. I know where that is. I know that picture. It had a pink sky, blue grass, and it was a tree and this kind of thing. And then I came round right after and I went, oh, wow, I saw this amazing tree and it was like this and a pink sky. And I looked over and there was the tree
Yeah.
outside the window, right, which had a blue sky and a green grass. And
It
it was
was
the
just
drugs.
your
It was the
brain
drugs.
doing Control Alt Delete. Like
Yeah, it was
that's
the drugs. Yeah,
yeah.
totally
That's yeah.
amazing. And I keep saying, now I go. Now I know what that is. Every time I go to the anaesthetist, I go, look, give me a good shit, man. Just give me the good fucking shit, and I guarantee you, I will get to 5.
I
They gave me the big F word. You know what I mean? I don't want to say it because, you know, YouTube algorithm. But the one that everybody's like, oh my god, I have to say it knocked me into another universe. Like
Yeah.
I was like,
Yep.
first of all, I
that's
can see why people think that's a good time. Second of all, like I was in another universe.
a lot of these near-death experiences that people have are very healing experiences, and I will not negate the fact that like there may be something about like when you are able to like separate your consciousness from like the physical confines of your body and at least disregard that, whether or not you're actually stepping outside of it is debatable, but that it appears to be somewhat of a very healing experience for a lot of people, not for everyone. But
Isn't that amazing how like it's like, well, not Control Alt Delete, but it's like a reboot on your brain, like you would reboot a computer when it's acting up. That's crazy.
That's why people like shrooms. That's why people like shrooms for that reason.
that's yeah.
Which is very specific. It's not
You're
just
being
like,
really
you know, yeah.
It's the reboot sequence.
A DMT, yeah.
Yeah. And it fires all of those like memory pathways, which is why people say your whole life flashes before your eyes. And I don't remember, I wish I remembered what it was that they said causes. I think it's something about like your optic nerve shutting down or whatever that causes like the light at the end of the tunnel.
Follow the light.
Don't follow the light. Turn back from the light.
You know, when I was a kid, by kid I mean a high schooler.
No, it's
I
a
wanted
stay
to
away
make-
from the light.
I wanted to make extra money, and I was in a large church at the time, and they said, well, you can make extra money by like babysitting for the church people. And so I had like toddlers, and the toddlers always wanted to watch this one video, and I hated it during the video time that we'd had. And it went, follow in the love light, let the love light lead. And it was like this knockoff, like Care Bears. And I was like, can we just put on VeggieTales?
VeggieTales.
Do you remember Yo Gabba Gabba? Show of hands, you remember Yo Gabba Gabba?
No, I know what that is, but I've never watched it myself.
So I used to work in a kids' shoe store. Long story. One day, so I was working at the kids' shoe store. We had like played just stupid. It was like kid friendly music, so a lot of times it was like the kids pop version of like pop songs and stuff like that. But there's this song that they would play like every 3 hours, and it was the scene from Yo Gabba Gabba where they're like trying to get this one character to try yogurt for the first time because she's never tried yogurt before, and it's this whole song that's like, try it, you're gonna like it, just try it. And it's like this weird, like peer pressure-y, like somewhat, like as an adult seems like weirdly sexual. And my UPS guy happened to like come in for delivery.
Oh no.
And I'm like embarrassed about that shit. And I like turned around, I was like, try it, Frank. You're gonna like it. Or I think I said something like, just try it, Frank.
The fact that
And
it's yogurt. Couldn't they have chosen a better food like carrots?
I don't know. I do not. I think that they
Oh, that
like
wouldn't
were
have
trying
been
to
better
go
either.
with something that was like, it was fermented, so it was a little bit different. You know, I don't know. I don't
Texture
know.
difference, yeah.
Weird texture, you know. And
Eat it.
Frank,
Eat it.
without missing a beat, he goes, yeah, they told me to try it when I was 16. I've been loving it ever since. Grabs the package out of my hand.
No.
Oh my God, Frank.
Now I'm looking up the yogurt song.
Try it. You'll like it. Just try it.
And it's so funny because I was going
like
to
it.
tell you, Spackle, to have some Greek yogurt.
Try it. You'll like it. It would also help my stomach in both issues, like the gastritis and that.
Everyone's eating this.
Found it.
No, everyone's eating this. Don't you...
Everyone's eating their snacks.
Wait.
Here.
Wait.
Here, I gotta
Instead of
switch.
teaching fight against peer pressure, don't do drugs. Now it's do drugs. Everybody's doing it.
Yeah, exactly. You ready?
No.
Everybody's eating their snacks.
What is this hat?
Except Tootie. Hey, I wonder why she's not eating her yogurt.
He always wears the hat.
Let's go see.
Hi! What's going on?
Oh, nothing.
Hey, you're not eating your snack.
Well,
It's true.
I don't like yogurt.
Have you ever tried it?
Nope, I've never tried yogurt.
Tootie, you should try it. You might like it. Try it. You'll like it.
Open the cap.
I have to like pause it every 12 seconds or whatever, you know.
Okay, now she
Yeah.
has that. Oh, I don't know. That now that character has to eat the whole thing because the lid is gone.
Yeah, the lid is.
Well, also, it looks like she's snorting it. Just saying.
Doing something with it. We don't know.
Try it. You'll like it. Try it. You'll like it.
Just say yes, kids.
You're gonna like it.
It's the opposite of just say no.
That's what I was just gonna say.
Try it. You'll like it.
Like, give it a peer pressure, kids.
I know it's new.
And you've never tasted it.
You'll just have to trust in me.
If only I'd known about this when I was.
Give it a try. Try it.
Like,
Ooh.
you saw the swirly eye, right? Like,
Yeah, that's got some
created children.
THC oil in it, man.
I'm
That's
what
saying
those
that
got.
there's some sort of effect in this yogurt that is not normal yogurt.
You like it.
Is it yogurt?
You like it.
No, it's not.
Try it.
Because it's not
Like
yogurt.
I think whoever did this did it on
Try
purpose.
it. You
That's-
like it. Try it.
So that the parents would
like it.
side-eye it.
Yeah. So I think you get the gist of it. Yeah.
And why does that guy look like a ribbed for your like?
Yeah.
What the
Yeah.
fuck? Who made these? Who made these?
A guy.
I forgot all of their names. I used to know
Probably
all of
a
their
man.
names because
Look,
I
it's
worked in
one-eyed.
it.
No, it's one-eyed and phallic and ribbed.
Uh-huh.
Who made
Yeah.
that?
Yeah. That's
Who made? I'm just saying that's a really bad idea, and I would never say that to a child. But this is an adult like stream here. So like as an artist, you know how they used to talk about how Mufasa saw the stars and it spelled out something, or the Pepsi cans when they stack. What is that?
Oh, I missed this one earlier. Buddy Morrow died once in a car accident. Did not see anything but a car heading towards.
Oh my goodness.
I shouldn't laugh at that because that actually sounds really very tragic. I'm sorry that you didn't have a near-death experience because it
Yeah, I'm
sounds like
sorry
they were
too.
kind of fun.
But there's a punchline on it, which is makes it funny, which is the light is the car headed. Yeah,
The light, yeah.
that's funny.
heading
I
towards
saw that
me.
and chuckled.
I hope I'm allowed to laugh at that. 'Cause
There was like that was a kids program, was it? Presumably.
yes, Yo Gabba Gabba.
'Cause when we were kids, right, we had this program called Captain Pugwash, right, and the characters in this, it was a cartoon on for kids, right, obviously, and the characters, one of them was Seaman Staines, and that's no, seriously, these are the character names, okay. So there was Seaman. Let me just find out what some of the others were. So there was Seaman Staines. There was Roger the Cabin Boy.
No.
Yeah, absolutely. Captain Pugwash. Just look that up. Characters.
That's deranged.
Was there anything like that in like Captain Kangaroo?
I'm trying to remember what was Master Bay from.
Master Bates. Yeah, that was the Captain Pugwash. That was
Okay.
the
Oh my
shipmaster.
God.
Master Bates. Yeah.
That's on purpose.
Seaman Staines.
That's
Roger the Cabin
disgusting.
Boy.
That's gross. Like we're laughing now, but like that's kind of demented. Like you know.
Well, again, no idea. No idea. I watched
Apparently,
it when I
my
was a kid.
uncles
I did not
figured
know.
it out when they were kids, and my mom did not. And they did tease her a lot about.
Wow.
Yeah.
Captain Kangaroo hated children. Fact.
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, I grew up with
stand
Pee-wee's
by Mr.
Playhouse.
Roger. I like
so
Mr. Rogers.
I did like Mr. Rogers.
I like Sesame Street, except Elmo. Elmo started as I was stopping watching
Right,
Sesame
yeah.
Street.
I mean, Elmo was cute at first, but
Elmo
it's
was
like,
like the
meh.
most popular character for a while. It like surpassed Ernie.
Yeah, old school Sesame Street was the best.
Well, I love the skits like, dun, 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 dun. Psst. Hey bud, come here. What? How would you like to buy a bottle of air? A bottle of air? Shh, shh. Right. And it taught me that these sneaky guys that try to sell you things are bad news because it's not real.
They did like actually try to teach us like. So I feel like some of modern day kid shows are trying to teach slightly more nuanced lessons than like kids shows did in our time, and I don't know that one is better or worse than the other.
See, I wasn't really that. I mean, I watched Mr. Rogers. I wasn't really that into it because there's one of the characters, like one of the puppets, that irritated the hell out of me.
I know exactly which one you're talking about. It's Lady Alberline
Yes.
at the museum. What is
Yeah.
wrong with that person? Like, they're all red in the face. They look like they've been drinking chronically for years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then like Sesame Street, like, so, I mean, okay, Mr. Rogers had, good lessons. And then Sesame Street, like, they're the ones who were like, yeah, you can talk to your kids about death.
Yeah.
They
yeah,
understand
Mr.
death
Hooper.
more than they understand divorce.
Right.
Yeah. I think I liked Mr. Rogers, not necessarily because of, I think that the puppets and all of that was, like King Friday and all that fun jazz was a draw for some kids. I really liked the sort of aspect of it that in my adult life really liked to watch, like how it's made.
Yeah.
Where he would kind of take you on like a little field trip, and like I remember like the shoe episode where his shoes are worn out and he needs to go get a new pair of shoes, and then he would go and meet his friend at the shoe store who explains how like different types of shoes fit different feet differently, and which is like not a thing that, like, I mean, I tried to do that when I managed a shoe store, but like people don't fucking care. but then he also goes on to like explain how like shoes are made and like all, you know, and like that was like really cool. And I remember he got in trouble a little bit for, there was an episode where he has his he refers to him as his neighbor, but I think it was the postal carrier, which might also be a neighbor. And he has him stop for a second and take his shoes off and cool off in the little mini pool. And it was a little bit controversial because the mailman was black. And like, I didn't know that that was controversial as a kid, but like, it's like those types of lessons were just like kind of embedded in there, where it was, you know,
And it was
I don't know how to
like
explain it.
not as forced feeling, like it happened and he sets his feet in the pool, and that was very direct. I mean, that was on purpose for sure, 100%. But it didn't feel forced as a kid. It didn't wallop you as much because he's so gentle.
No, it's just
about it.
normal.
Yeah. And
He normalized those types of things, yeah.
he likes
And
routine too, and like he keyed in that children actually do like routine, and so he'd come in, he'd take his jacket, change his shoes. You always knew he'd feed his fish.
I was gonna say, he always feeds the fish partway
He
through
then
the
started
episode.
saying, "I'm feeding the fish," because a blind girl wrote in and said, like, do you feed your fish? And then he said, "Oh, well, I'm gonna just now." He goes, "I'm feeding my fish," so that she would know that the fish were fed. Like he was very gentle and kind in that way. And
I remember there was an episode where he talked about a family with like divorced parents and like addressed it in a very head-on way without judgment. And it was just like, oh, well, so-and-so spends like the Monday through Friday with this parent, and then on the weekends they're at this parent's house because their parents are divorced. And, you know, like, it's just like, hey, some kids are, this is a situation where some kids, and it's not a moral judgment. It's not, and I do think that that is something, there's a, I don't know if you guys watch even like modern kids shows, but there's one that was on a few years back that was like a kind of My Little Pony type spin-off thing where it was like horse girls basically. And I remember like,
Equestrian girls.
Yes.
Yes, I have all of them. I have, well, not
Okay.
I have the DVDs, you know, because I have a daughter, so you know.
How many episodes address bullying? At least like half a dozen, right? And there's like not that many episodes. And it's always like very like on the nose. And there's often like like things that are going on kind of like behind the scenes that are like almost like in the B story, not necessarily behind the scenes, but like in the B story that are like, well, that's also kind of bullying, but we're not going to address that. Like, and it's very like, oh, well, this week's episode is about like, let's not like bully the kid that rides a different discipline than we do. This week, let's not bully the kid who rides a, you know, like different, a smaller pony than we do. Or I can't remember all of them, but it was just like so many back to back. And there was one where it was like the ponies were bullying the ponies.
The ponies got
into it too. wait, that was that was a cartoon with girls, or if like, wasn't it like a bunch of girls that would go and take care of horses in like a stable?
They were all the same barn. It was like equestrian something. I can't remember what
because there was another horse cartoon like that where like the horses talked and the humans talked, but they didn't like talk to each other. You know?
It was weird sort of rules about like when they could talk to each other, because they couldn't talk to each other like in front of people.
Right.
And then at one point there's like another horse that comes from like another barn that they can talk to, but then there's another horse that comes from like a Western, because they all write English. And then there's like a horse that comes from like a Western barn where they write Western and they can't talk to that horse. And I'm like, is it because they like write a different discipline?
The horse is like, hey y'all. And they're like, oh, don't talk to that one.
Yeah.
They drink their tea and milk.
It's like, yeah, it was so just like it felt very forced. And like as like a former like horse kid, like I don't know. I was telling Spackle the other day about like a ridiculous tattoo that I want to get. That's very much like my inner horse kid coming out.
You're like, what do you think of it? I'm like, I don't like it. And then I felt bad. I felt so
You're like,
bad.
it's stupid. I'm like, I asked you for your opinion. Like,
I
that's
felt so bad though. I was like, that was not gentle.
no, it's fine. It's fine. But yeah, it was yeah. I have an inner horse child, so of course I watched this stupid, ridiculous cartoon for children. It was like, this is ridiculous, but it's okay. Bunny Morrow liked Big Comfy Couch. That was one that I could not watch because they were clowns, and I don't know.
Clowns are scary.
But
Okay, it was Horseland.
is that it? Okay, I was
that's a
thinking like
creative
maybe
name.
Equestrian Land was probably what I had in my head, but
Okay, yeah,
Horseland probably
Horseland,
sounds
yeah.
right. Where they all
Equestrian
had
Girls
like their, like,
was the
color
spinoff
scheme.
from My Little Pony.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it was not that one. It was not directly a spinoff. It was like a separate thing. And they all kind of had their like color scheme where they like matched their horses, and it's ridiculously stupid. And I think it was Horseland because that was the name of there was like a like website back in like 2005 that was Horseland, and it started out as just like a message board about like horse stuff, and there was like a buy sell, and then somebody made this like Adobe Flash game, and it started from there. And I don't know if the game even still exists, but that's, if somebody can find me a copy of the game Horseland, so much nostalgia.
Yeah, my daughter just said that it's on Netflix.
Yes, it is. Bunny Morrow, that's the perfect way to put it. It is the Wish version of My Little Pony.
Oh, when I was a kid, we also had Pinwheel, and we had Down at Fraggle Rock, and the Muppets on reruns.
I was going to ask about Muppets, how people felt about Muppets. I did not get much Muppets exposure as a kid, but
I
I
liked
love
Miss
them.
Piggy.
yeah. You guys
I
were
love
fans?
them too, but I'm not a fan of Miss Piggy or Kermit, which is really kind of weird. Like, Kermit's okay, but
I kind of like Kermit.
and Scooter I didn't like at all. Hi, I'm Scooter. But
Which one was? I missed.
Scooter's the orange guy with the glasses who I think was like a stage manager. But I loved Ralph the piano dog, and I had a Ralph puppet.
Yep.
And I liked
Animal the
Pigs
drummer.
in Space, those skits, and I like the Swedish Chef, and I like Gonzo.
Animal was my favorite.
Animal's
Yeah, me
adorable.
too. I don't know if you saw it, but there was a skit with Dave Grohl and Animal doing a drum off.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, it's funny.
Oh, I'll have to look for that.
I
Yeah.
did like about Sesame Street and Muppets that they would have celebrities interacting and stuff. It was really fun. It was
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. They did one with Buddy Rich as well, an animal. It's really good. Anyway, I put in. I'm going to go now, but I put in private chat. British Sketch Show. You reminded me with the ponies thing. They did a song called. There was a program called Smack the Pony, and it was these three girls that did a comedy show, and they did a song called Dressage, which is it's a comedy song, so it's quite funny. But I also put in the first series because it's hilarious. People, if you ever get people saying that, male chauvinists saying women can't do comedy, just play them this because it's hysterical. And there you go. Not necessarily the pony one, but the first series. And if you watch it, give it some time and you watch it. It's a very female take on modern society, which I really, really like.
Okay.
I used to watch it every week. I'd sit down and watch it, and yeah, it's very good. They did a film called Gladiatress, which was like Gladiator, but kind of these three girls that were sisters of an English kind of thing that tried to take over the Roman Empire. It's quite good.
I don't remember that bunny. And I was all about Challenger. Like, I was so into space.
Oh right, okay. Sending Big Bird into space on Challenger. No, I missed that. That's
I
well,
used to love
well
Battlestar
off my time.
Galactica. I used to watch it with my brother every
What was the other
Saturday.
one? It wasn't the oh Sesame Street. That was the one I really liked because I was that age, you know. Anyway,
Sesame Street, the buzzword in the 80s was diversity. And then the right wing would actually throw a fit about it. Don't you be teaching them diversity.
that's what the whole thing was about. Every single one was a different kind of character. Oh my god, they didn't get it, did they?
My favorite human on Sesame Street was Luis. And
Luis, I can't remember that.
he's this Spanish guy, and he was saying,
Luis, of course it
sing
is.
a song, sing it, sing a song.
Oh,
That
yeah.
Carpenter
Did
song.
Yeah,
Did
yeah.
he take
sang it in
over Mr.
Spanish.
Hooper's?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
And
good.
he was married to Maria. I liked Luisa Maria. I hated Bob. Ugh.
I can't really remember the things. All I remember is the puppets.
For whatever reason, Sesame Street and Mr. Rogers had a really deep impact on me. And I was not allowed to watch much TV at all as a kid. So like that was what I was allowed to watch as a little kid.
Wow.
And then when I was
We were-
older, I was only allowed to watch like TV Land, like Nick at Night kind of shows. Like I was able to watch Get Smart and stuff like that. So I connected with like
Oh,
a whole different
that was good.
generation.
Mhm.
Smart.
You know, but
Yeah.
but what's interesting is I was just gonna say Mr. Rogers. I think for a kid like me that was looking for a good father figure, Mr. Rogers was absolutely amazing for me. And he felt safe in a way that I didn't have. Like, and by that I mean he would say your feelings matter, and it's okay to feel this way. And I always felt like it was the message that I had in my you know, closest circles as a child. I remember 3 years old trying not to cry when my uncle that lived with us died, because I knew that I wasn't supposed to cry. That's not for me to cry. Everybody else can cry but me. I remember fighting that as a kid and being really weird about it. And I also was really weird about even positive feelings like, oh, it's my birthday and I have a present, which is cool. But I actually used to fight trying to feel joy. I was afraid, or disappointment. I'm disappointed. I really wanted this instead. I was afraid of all of it. So I would try to deadpan. And it's so funny because a friend of mine who's a therapist says it's so funny because you are a deeply feeling person, but your face hides it a lot. And I thought that was kind of interesting because it's not something I consciously think of as an adult. But anyway, it was Mr. Rogers that said, your feelings matter. It's okay to be sad. It's okay to be mad. And it was like, oh, it is? I didn't know it was okay.
We were PBS kids.
Definitely. I am the product of the left.
But I always
was just one of the
showed
phrases we
emotion.
had.
Always. I cry when I'm mad. I'm cry when I'm sad.
You
I
do.
laugh. Like
That's
I
okay.
always, you know, like my siblings used my emotions to get my dad to take us to McDonald's. I mean, it was encouraged.
Jeez.
I do not remember a Mr. Noodle, but yeah, I had a similar experience where I was told not to experience my emotions. I was just one of those highly emotional kids that couldn't help but
Yeah.
experience
You're
them.
like, it's gotta break free.
Which again, as a kid with undiagnosed ADHD or even diagnosed ADHD for a while, undiagnosed autism, that was especially my Christian father was taught, well, you did all the right things. She's just a demon child. He wasn't actually explicitly told that I was a demon child, but that I was a bad kid, that I was, I was just bad. Just funny moral was literally crying over spilt milk. I don't remember ever literally crying over spilt milk, but I do remember crying a lot as a kid and being told basically not to cry. That I was being overly emotional.
That made it worse. Yeah.
I am probably going to end the stream here pretty soon. Round it up. It's been 4 hours. I was thinking we would do like 2 hours, and like we rounded 3 really quick and on to 4.
We just
So
get along too well.
yeah, we do. We need to do this again sometime soon. If we could call ourselves some cold busters and
The Cold Busters. I don't know. I was feeling silly.
the thing is, I feel like in some ways, like kind of researching these things and seeing how they all connect is in some ways soothing to me. Like I said earlier on, I did sort of experience this like mental health break a few years ago, and it was sort of like comforting to me in that like I in some ways had a question of like, how is it that like when Lori Vallow went through a mental breakdown, she ended up like murdering her kids, whereas like when I went through a mental breakdown, I ended up like spending a year and a half in bed. Like
I have these thoughts too. What makes the difference between the two? And a lot of people will answer spirituality, but I don't know. Like there's something different.
I don't know that it's necessarily spirituality, but sometimes it is. I think that when people take these concepts too far, they introduce them and push them too far. And yeah.
Like we'll just use depression as an example. Like when I'm depressed and it's more like self-destruction or sadness or immobilization. But I do not understand depressed people that go, I'm going to take all y'all out.
Yeah, I mean, when I dealt with this shit recently, I did have like a moment where it was like, I'm gonna fucking kill somebody. Like, it never went. I mean, you know, you were the first person I talked to. I hope it didn't chase off Omarosa.
No, she's probably either on her phone and it got hot, or I had to go away because she's got kids and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah,
well, I think a lot of us get flashes of, thoughts that aren't necessarily that level sometimes, but like I can tell you like I've had punchify thoughts, definitely a lot, but I process it, and maybe there's just a lack of tools of processing. Maybe it's just for whatever reason there's like I don't want to say lizard brain, but kind of like there's a complete I don't know, lack of empathy.
Processing tools, I think also the tools that the people who were surrounding her were handing her were not tools that were serving her, but she used them anyway. But yeah. Amaro says, I feel like we don't do enough to differentiate the ways depression can present in different people. That's very true. That's, oh, sorry. The bunny said that. That is one thing I remember my mom talking about, that she, for a long time, didn't understand that she had depression, didn't understand that that was what she was experiencing, because she just felt angry. She was upset, mad at everybody. And that was depression. That was the way her depression was manifesting.
Yeah, anxiety can manifest in dissociation for me, but I didn't know what that was. I didn't know why I was feeling sort of not in my body. And I don't mean like I have multiple personalities, but like anybody that's had that, they kind of know, like
it's called depersonalization.
Right. Sort of like I mean, in trauma, like something bad happens, we do that too. Like let's say you injure yourself and it's really scary. I might be able to robotically help you and put my emotions on pause, because I do that actually. I've been in these situations. I do that and I'm able to suddenly go and I'm compartmentalized, and then I might feel the emotion later. Oh,
yeah, we've talked about
so
some of us. We could just flip a switch. Yeah.
It's funny because again, one of my best friends is a therapist, and we were talking about that and that trait that I have, and she's like, it's really common in paramedics and nurses to have a lot of trauma and have that compartmentalization issue, which can come with problems in the personal life, but in those moments it's super handy.
Yeah, that's, I very many times it has come in handy that I am able to compartmentalize. There are times when I recently have been like, I wish that I go deal with the shit and not compartmentalize. But
Right. It's a your brain goes into protective mode, and sometimes it's needed in the state of survival, but sometimes it gets stuck on, or it gets on when it really shouldn't be on, and that's the thing. Yeah.
yeah, or it gets to be where it's a real hair trigger. But
Yeah, yeah. But it's having the name for these and going, that's what that is so helpful, because it gives you, maybe it won't go away all the way or anything like that, but it gives you understanding, it gives you self-compassion, it helps explain some things.
definitely, that gets into a whole different conversation that we need to have some other time. But definitely some shit that I need to talk to you about, specifically Spackle, and yeah, we all need to hang out again sometime soon. Yes, brains are very, very weird.
They are.
All right. Final thoughts from either of you guys. My final thoughts are on dinner, but
My final thought is, I think anybody could fall into a cult or a fundamental religion or self-help groups. It doesn't. Religion is not required to be in a high control cult group. You can actually be in a high control group in a different situation. And an example would be some of these self-help guru kind of stuff, which is not spiritual, and it's more like empowerment. Be careful, because they're tapping into something that we want and need as human beings, but unfortunately abusers love it, and sometimes they really can do some harm. So I think keep your outside connections around, so that way they can kind of be a sounding board sometimes, I think, to help keep you anchored and not get sucked into some things that are a little bit too much.
yeah, and I would add to that any group that is asking you to cut off ties with outsiders simply because they're outsiders is a group that you should be questioning your membership in.
100%.
Well, if anybody comes up to you and tells you not to fear the Reaper, the chances are they belong to the Blue Oyster Cult.
Good to know.
Okay, sorry. It's that dark. It's 3:40 in the morning, so I'm quite tired.
And on that note,
all I can do is lame jokes.
All right. Well, on that note, it was good to see y'all. Go and sin my fry, and I will catch and release you on the next one. Bye.